Recording in progress. Good morning. It's now 10 a.m. on March the 16th, 2023. So I will call to order the Douglas County Board of Commissioners meeting and ask you to all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance that is going to be led by Commissioner Charlotte Hales today.
Please join me in the pledge. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So in this process today, we'll be using the clock on my computer because neither one of the clocks are exactly right in the room. This one is closer to the idea. This one's about an hour off, obviously. So it'll be correct in about another 6 months, right? So just an observation. Forum restrictions and orderly conduct of business. The Douglas County Board of Commissioners conducts the business of Douglas County and its citizens during its meetings. The presiding officer may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from commenting should not occur. The viewpoint of the speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that may be reasonably limited. We're going to go into public comment. So public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairperson. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights that are being controlled by Commissioner Rice this morning, our vice chair, to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will see a green light when you begin and then a yellow light which indicates you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, we ask you to please sit down. In addition to opening public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action, and again, at the close of the meeting, closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. So we ask you to, first of all, silence all of your electronic devices, if you would, please, so it doesn't interrupt speakers. When you approach the podium, I believe there's a light system there, a microphone. Are we in control of that, or the public do that? Okay. And we ask you to print your name so that we can have it clearly into the record. State your name, and your time will begin after you state your name. So at this time, let's see. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. So, public comment.
Julie Duda, good morning. 58 days. I'm speaking this morning as a strong supporter of impactful public advocacy, primarily advocates who are responsible people and knowledgeable on relevant issues. During the January 17th special meeting, inaccurate statements were made that resulted in disrespect to Mr. Slade, a leader of public advocacy. By making false statements during the Planning Commission appointment process, several commissioners have opened the board to behavior labeled unethical and lacking in integrity. So I took this opportunity to research the art of apology and found this conclusion. When a mistake is made, it's best to apologize with honesty and sincerity. There's no surprise here. By readily admitting a mistake or inaccurate comment, a person builds a reputation for honesty. Furthermore, failure to apologize is disrespectful. If a person tries to hide or ignore an error, that's when integrity is questioned. The public's job is not to allow unethical, disrespectful behavior to become normalized. Now, during the 58 days since January 17th, this issue has been reviewed several times, both during public comment at these meetings and by several published letters in the Record Courier. Mr. Rice, I do not like putting you on the spot, nor do I like seeing responsible public advocates disrespected. The larger issue is watching this level of dishonesty become normalized. So for these reasons, the public deserves a response. Mr. Rice, please stand up and apologize, or step down and resign.
Thank you.
Good morning. Ellie Waller. I would like to thank this board, DCSO, anybody involved in the emergency responses that are going on in the county, as well as continuing the Planning Commission hearing on behalf of the safety, public health and safety of the residents of this county. I'd also here today to ask you as board members, now that we had a continuation, to attend the Planning Commission on item number 4, vacation home rentals. I think it'll be a very good, eye-opening experience to see both those in favor and opposition of the items that are coming forward in that amendment. That process, the Planning Commission, you cannot listen on Zoom. I highly suggest you come in person to experience how the planning commissioners are going to handle this, as well as in the future of what you're going to do. I would also like to add to the last public comment, and we've talked about transparency is crucial. Transparency also means understanding everything about what is being proposed before you. And yes, we all make mistakes. I will be the first to raise my hand. Correct me if I'm wrong. We can fix things if there's a correction that's necessary. So maybe in the future, I know we as the public don't have the opportunity to point out when we think something is being stated in error, but there are corrections that can be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional public comments here in chambers?
Good morning, commissioners and public. My name is Peter Benjamin Reese. I'm here to set the stage for a presentation that you're going to get from the airport staff, one staff left, and prepared by a previous AAC member who is no longer part of this team or county anyway as far as an opinion other than a public like myself. He was the chair and he resigned after a disgraceful attempt to have the AAC disband by the approval and advice of the airport director, our contractor who's sitting here. I'm going to give you a report. This report she's going to give you has no involvement from any of the current AAC members or past AAC members who were on the board at the time of last year. I talked to them all. We shared emails and I could give you quite a few comments. I may do that later. But for now, I'm just going to tell you my opinion on this. Setting the stage for this report, it has no involvement from the current members of the airport. Its stakeholders only are contractor and an ex-member of the AAC who resigned in disgrace. I'd like to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Okay. Miss Pablo, is our county clerk's office is handling our weight room today on Zoom. So, and Miss Pablo has graciously offered her services today to do that. She is on the payroll, so it's not like a volunteer. But anyways, we thank the clerk's office for doing that, and Miss Pablo. So, is there any public comment online?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record.
We don't
Jason?
have your microphone doesn't appear to be on.
It is. Do you hear me?
Okay.
I'm sorry. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. Jason, do you have opening public comment? Jason, do you have opening public comment?
Okay, I think we can move on then. Ms. Pablo, I think we can move on.
Okay. Next public commenter, John, do you have public comment? John, do you have opening public comment at this time?
For me?
I think I hear John.
Okay. Tuesday was a nice, bright, sunny day, but yet the county was closed. And McDonald's was open, restaurants were open, supermarkets were open, the sheriff's department was working, but the county was closed. I don't know who made that call, but I don't know what you're running, some kind of a resort. I don't know why you had the day off. Now, you gotta step up and get this thing done with the sheriff's department. We're almost into budgeting season because last year's budget is going to have to be revised to do the New Year's budget to include the sheriff's department again. Are you going to have to double up, or what are you going to do? So you have to get with the program and get that done. It's not fair to those guys because they're always out there. They're always out there with 911, rain, shine, holidays, everything else. But yet you sit there and, Chairman, you got the bully pulpit, and you are the one that's got to get it done. You wanted it, stand up, get up, lead, follow, or get out of the way. I'd like to pull item B. And another thing is the public administrator gave a presentation a month or so ago, and the entire board was talking about running a background check on this guy. It's an excellent idea. Very simple. You go ask old Dan Coverly, have the police department, you can run his license, and they can run him in the NCIC crime database. Check this guy out. Trust but verify. So it's an important thing to get done. So I'd like to see one of you come up with an agenda item to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pablo. Any additional public comment online?
Bud, do you have any opening public comment at this time?
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name for the record, then we'll start your time.
This is Bud G. Justice, aka Jason Garrett Gibson, running 2 different platforms here because of the maladministrative practices of agency. First and foremost, the agenda. Six-page intro to today's meeting is contradictory. Chairman Gardner insists that the first 3 minutes and the last 3 minutes of opening comments pertain to his jurisdiction and that anything outside of his jurisdiction will not be entertained, and that's a violation of the open meeting law. That's a violation of the freedom of speech, and we will not tolerate the misrepresentation which is in writing here this morning. Chairman Gardner colluded with Sheriff Coverly to target, profile, and harass me last week on the way to the meeting, which is why I didn't appear. We had at least 4 to 6 law enforcement officers, like we have had this morning, with the house under surveillance, and I was falsely arrested by Chairman Gardner and his business partner, Sheriff Coverly. They used excessive force in cutting my wrists with the handcuffs. They towed our family vehicle from a private driveway, falsified the charging instrument, put me in a cold cell for an entire day. And we got on the record 4 weeks ago a request under NRS chapters 282, NRS 207.280, NRS 197.200 regarding employment contracts, cell phone records, copy of the oath and the bond for each one of these agents. We requested that for the entire board, as well as their COVID vaccination records. We'll be able to show that the collusion between Gardner and Sheriff Coverly falls underneath the NRS 207-280, making a false police report. We've got the wheels in motion to show that the racketeering practices of Douglas County sheriffs and the collusion between the Board of County Commissioners is a federal issue now. So the feds are going to be investigating the circumstances. We will be taking every measure we can to keep ourselves safe from harm's way. But the general public should know that these fictitious persons in this corrupt body politic are essentially getting rich at our expense, at the people's expense.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You exceed your 3 minutes. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment?
Natalie, do you have opening public comment at this time?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Natalie Wood with Western Nevada College for the record. Hello, Commissioners, Patrick, Doug, and Sheriff. It's good to see you all. I wanted to provide public comment today on our Lake Tahoe Area Community Education and Training Interest Survey. Western Nevada College has a campus in Douglas County off of Buckeye, but we want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of residents at the lake as well. We have a short survey that is currently live through the end of March regarding educational opportunities at Wattell High School. Any questions on the survey can be referred to ire@wnc.edu. I'll provide a copy of the flyer with the survey link to the clerk for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Michelle Pablo, Deputy Clerk for the record. We have no more opening public comment online.
Thank you. I want to take an opportunity here to correct the record on a couple of issues. Number one, Mr. Reese, Mr. Meehan did not resign from the Airport Advisory Committee. His term of office expired on 12/31/22, and therefore, he chose not to reapply for resubmit for possible reappointment to that board. So I want to make sure the record is very clear on that. That was not due to a resignation. It was just a personal decision not to renew or not to reapply for inclusion on that board. Number two, when members of the public state false information to the public, I think it's important that we correct that record for the public and for ourselves. I just want to make it very clear, I am not an officer of the Sheriff's Department. I'm not employed by our Sheriff's Department, and I do not have authority to arrest anybody. That needs to be very, very clear. I am not an officer. I appreciate what our officers bring to the job, and fortunately, in my lifetime, I've had very few encounters, but they've all been respectful encounters, and so whatever happened to this individual is of his doing and the Sheriff's Department. So anyways, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that I don't have that authority, nor would I try to take that authority. We have a very responsive Sheriff's Department, and we appreciate what you do and bring to the job. So thank you very much. I think it's also important, a member of the community also thanked our emergency management team. I've dealt with them over this last week. It's been very tiring for me. I'm exhausted just trying to absorb what's going on in our community, and attended several meetings with emergency management. I can tell you that those folks worked well overtime, 24/7 for several days, and they are exhausted, I can tell you that. So out of a precaution, the team made a decision based on the weather reports that were coming in that we were going to experience a weather storm that was going to exist over about 24 hours, maybe not quite that long, that was going to exhaust our resources even to a greater extent. And therefore, it was the decision of the management team of the county to go ahead and, out of the precaution and safety of our employees and the public, to go ahead and close our offices. And so I supported that decision. We were extremely fortunate, honestly, that occurrence did not occur, that storm did not occur, because it could have had increased damages to the infrastructure of Douglas County and possible the safety aspects of our residents. And so, out of precaution, we did choose to close the county offices, and I believe the board would support that whole decision. So anyways, with that being said, is there any additional comments by the commissioners? Commissioner Tarkanian?
Yesterday, I held a town hall meeting at the Grill Next Door in the Ranchos, and we had a really great turnout. I want to thank everybody for coming. We had an opportunity to discuss a variety of issues. In fact, we had two people from the lake drive down, said it took them 40 minutes to get there. We had a nice discussion on Highway 50 and a very informative discussion on the vacation home rental issue. I believe that the information provided at the meeting yesterday was going to be much more informative than you're here at the Planning Commission, and I'm going to continue to inform the public of what's going on with the vacation home rental and the advisory boards through these newsletters and in my next town hall, which will be next month. If anybody would like to know, read the newsletter or know when the next town hall is, they can sign up for my newsletter either by emailing me at the county email address or going to my website, Douglas.com. Thank you very much.
Slight infomercial there, right? I don't have any problem. I just make it okay. Any other comments, commissioners? Okay, then we will go into the next item, which is the approval of the agenda, and I would entertain a motion to approve the proposed agenda as presented.
So moved. I'll second.
Motion by Commissioner Noasat, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve the agenda as presented. Any questions by the commissioners? Sensing none, all those in favor of the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We will go into the approval of the previous minutes for possible action discussion to approve the draft minutes of February 2nd, 2023, and the February 16th, 2023 regular meetings of the Board of County Commissioners. Entertain a motion to accept the minutes as presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay, and so motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the minutes of February 2nd and February 16th, 2023 regular meetings. Any changes or corrections that need to be made to that? Sensing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Going into the consent calendar, a member of the public is asked to pull item number B, and I think that's good because we have Dr. Jenna Sexton with us today, so it'd be nice to visit with her for a minute. So we'll pull item B, and the county manager has suggested we pull item M also. Right? Okay. So in that regard, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item B and M, which will be pulled to the administrative calendar.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar absent items B and M.
Second.
Oh, I thought Mr. Noasad was going to join us. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to approve the consent calendar minus items B and M. Any other questions? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And so we are now into the administrative agenda. So I will read each item into the public record, and we will determine how the item, I guess that doesn't have to be read anymore, right? Okay, so we'll go into item B. That's the first thing on the, since we moved those things to the administrative agenda. So based on that, for possible discussion to approve an offer of employment to Dr. Jenna Sexton as Assistant Director of Juvenile Camp Services at a salary of $57.69 per hour, which is 8.5% above the midpoint of the salary range being presented by our camp director, right? When Ms. Garrison, is that what your title is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Commissioners, Sheriff Coverly, and District Attorney's Office, and the members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you Dr. Jenna Sexton, candidate for Assistant Director for China Spring Youth Camp. As you may or may not be aware, I have been at the camp for approximately 30 years. And during that time, we have not had a candidate for assistant director who has been able to take over the duties of the director in my absence or in the event that I do submit my retirement. And so when Judge Young and I were discussing this opportunity, we had a candidate come before us who is extremely qualified for the position. And I'm going to try and remember everything on her application. I may get it wrong, so I brought her up here to help me with that. But some of her qualifications include a Doctor of Psychology of Education and Counseling.
Counseling and educational psychology.
Directly backward. Also a master's in that same category.
Correct.
She has...
and one in criminal justice.
And then another master's degree in criminal justice. She has been at the prison. She has provided services and assisted the prison in developing an intern program to include UNR students to come and provide services at the prison, something that China Spring Youth Camp is desperately in need of. She has also acquired correctional placement checklist assessment certification, which is out of the University of Cincinnati. I also am a CPC auditor. This is an extremely good qualification to have for the camp as well as the state. On the CPC assessment, China Spring Youth Camp is #1 in the state. And we're #1 with a 71.4, where the average is somewhere way below that in the state of Nevada. So this is an opportunity for us to even increase our assessment with the state of Nevada even more. Additionally, there's so much on that resume. EMDR, which is a technique that you use for post-traumatic stress with youth. And if you have ever been to China Spring Youth Camp, we have, I don't know, 90% of our kids have some kind of post-traumatic stress in their life. We have, she also has MRT, and I always get this one wrong. MRT is another type of therapy we don't currently offer at the camp, but would like to. She is also a Thinking for a Change facilitator. Thinking for a Change is our primary treatment that we use at the camp to help the kids change their thinking. Basically, we teach them to stop, assess their thoughts before they come out their mouth. Again, about, I don't know, 100% of our kids need that. And maybe me sometimes. But we have...
I'm a nationally board certified counselor.
Yeah, I didn't even get into the licensures and the certifications. I can't remember them all. So I'm going to step aside. I'm going to let her present those certifications and licensures to you. One other thing I would like to say is she's also, although she doesn't have specific juvenile facility experience, her experience in Arizona at a drug and alcohol counseling center, at the prison where they do have youthful offenders imprisoned at the institutions in Nevada. She does have experience that is relevant to China Spring Youth Camp. Our hope is that we always stop the kids from progressing to the prison. So that's one reason that Dr. Jenna Sexton wanted to come to the camp and make that part of her forever home. So I'm gonna give her a couple minutes to tell you about her.
Okay. Okay, so as Wendy's, oh, I'm sorry, Jenna Sexton for the record. I'd like to add to that. I'm a nationally board certified counselor. I have been since 2012. I did my doctorate and my clinical training at the University of Nevada, Reno, where I worked in the counseling center with the community. So I worked with many families, students, college students, high school students, and we also did some outreach at Hug High School. I did some work with Adobe County facility in Maricopa. I'm sorry, Adobe Mountain, which is in Maricopa County. Familiar with it? It's the lockdown juvenile facility, and that's when I sort of switched gears from mental health to criminal justice. So then I started working for the probation department there. And while I was there, I did get experience facilitating drug court and multiple other things. That's where I got my Thinking for a Change training. And from there, I moved on, came back to Nevada, which is where I am basically from. I've been in Nevada more than 30 years, now more than 40 years. So I worked for the prison system for about 4.5 years. By the time that I left there, I was in charge of mental health for the entire system, so overseeing mental health for the 7 primary facilities and the camps. And I am a CCHP with the I'm bad with acronyms. It's correctional healthcare practitioner. Now, CCHP. Oh, sorry, I'll think of it as soon as I go down there. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I think looking at your resume, it's extremely impressive, and so I think we're very fortunate to have you. So, anyways, thank you very much once again. Commissioners, any questions you might have for Ms. Sexton?
We sort of flitted right over MRT. What's that acronym stand for?
Oh, it's moral reconnaissance therapy. It teaches people to, or it teaches kids or adults based on the clientele that you're working with to kind of think more, process things more with a CBT base and focused on morality.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hills, any questions? No?
No questions, just
Okay.
delighted to have you here.
Thank you.
And yesterday, the Chief of Staff of the Governor, Governor Lombardo, was at a Chamber of Commerce meeting, and I made sure that he sent back a message to Governor Lombardo that we are very appreciative of Governor Lombardo's budget increases for China Spring. Very important facility for 16 counties in the state. Anyways, I wanted to make sure that message got back to Governor Lombardo. With that, this is a 4-action item, so we'll go to public comment if you don't mind. Maybe you can, do we have any public comment on this item at this time? Seeing no public comment here in chambers, Ms. Pablo, is there public comment online?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. John, do you have public comment on item B?
Yes. For budgeting purposes, the salary that was submitted in the agenda, does that include the labor burden for budgeting purposes? And I have a second question. Doctor, I don't mean to sound impertinent, but when you're working with these kids and this time you've worked with kids, have you ever been decked by one of these kids? Can she answer that question?
Mr. Ingalls, as you know, previously sitting on this board, this is not a time for the members of the public to question other members of the public. So you can ask that offline to her personally if you wish to, but thank you.
Well, it's a reasonable question, Chair, because this can happen out there. You can talk to any cop who's dealt with juveniles, and it's just comes with the territory. She's got a lot of academic credentials, which is fine, but the real world, and from what I've seen, it can happen. So it's just a curious question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pablo, any additional public comment online?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. Jason, do you have public comment on item B? Jason, I see you've unmuted yourself.
Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead and state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Fantastic. Jason Gibson with the Nevada Assembly. It's an impressive career you have going on there, Ms. Sexton. We would remind you that the situation is such that you can't fix any of these problems on the same level that created them. So we've built a better model, and that's been on the table since 1933. But Douglas County isn't interested in efficiency. They're not interested in progress. They're making way too much money. These folks are so comfortably numb that they will not entertain the discovery of the law of time or the natural law peace initiative or investigate any of the works that we've introduced in the last year, including all of the content material at lawoftime.org, calendartruth.info, planetartnetwork.info, the harmonicfactor.com, our recent rollout, or any of the other groups or pages on Facebook, including the Community Action Vision Council of Douglas County, Douglas County Nevada Watch, State of the Nation, the Small Business Revolution for a New Time Economy. They're not interested in groups like Douglas County District Court. They're not interested in Neighborhood Watch Ranchos Nevada. They're not interested in Peace Through Culture or the Foundation for the Law of Time Megatrends 2023 or Watchtower Solar Weather Reports or any of the other response mechanisms or educational.
Thank you. I didn't feel like he was speaking to the issue of Ms. Sexton's employment. So anyways, is there any additional public comment online?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. There's no additional public comment on item.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board.
I had a question speaking
Sure.
about the qualifications of Ms. Sexton and the work up at China Springs. What level of jiu-jitsu are you on? I'm joking. Stop it. You don't have to get.
Okay.
It's
fine.
not your guys' responsibility to be able to fight back against somebody attacks you. Hopefully you have other people that can do that.
Okay. Wendy Garrison, for the record. We teach a control technique at China Spring called Gyra. And in Gyra, we work with the kids' character first before we ever put hands on any child. Once we put hands on a child, there is a formal reporting mechanism that goes to the state of Nevada, the Legislative Council Bureau, and to my board of directors. Putting kids into any kind of restraint, whether it's deserved or not, has to be documented. China Spring has a very low restraint number. We are less than 3 right now for fiscal year 2022. When we do have to go hands-on, we try to restore the kid as quickly as possible because there's nothing that can hurt a child more than a person that they have been working with and they have confided in, holding them on the ground or putting handcuffs on them. We generally reserve that for the Sheriff's Department if we do need that kind of control of a child. If they're that out of control, they are not in my facility. So, and Dr. Sexton has had that opportunity to restrain and.
I agree, with Commissioner Tarkanian's question, and I think that was an important question by Mr. Ingalls. And so I guess my questions are also, what security methods or processes or what do you have at China Spring that's going to ensure the safety of the staff and the other kids that are there? Okay, because that's, I don't know how many people you're housing at a particular moment in time, but obviously their safety and your safety is paramount to this whole program. And so I think we would like to hear what measures you use to mitigate that possibility. So.
Okay, Jenna Sexton, for the record. I have, to answer that question about my experience with violent behavior and juveniles, I have, in my time with the Department of Corrections, I worked one-on-one with the most dangerous, mentally ill, and violent offenders in the state. And I've worked with juveniles at Adobe Mountain in Maricopa County, and I'm also a high school dropout, 9th grade dropout. I spent all my teenage years on the streets of South Minneapolis, and I have a GED that I got when I was in my I started college in my 30s and sort of went on from there. Had a lot of lived experience with this particular population, and I seem to do very well with them because I am one of them.
Very good. Once again, Mr. Ingalls, thank you for the question, and I think that's important for us to understand what the process is down there. Commissioners, any other questions before we go to action on this? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of an offer of employment to Dr. Jenna Sexton as Assistant Director of Juvenile Camp Services at a salary of $57.69 an hour, which is 8.5% above the midpoint of the salary range.
I move to approve this offer as presented.
Will second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hale, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve this offer. Sensing no further discussions, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Welcome to Douglas County. We appreciate your interest in serving our youth. So, okay, we'll proceed to item number M on the consent calendar that was pulled to the admin calendar, and that is for possible action, review and discussion to accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2021 to 2022 popular annual financial report, and being presented by your Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby. Welcome.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. This can be found on page 465 of the packet. The Government Finance Officers Association recognizes that not everyone wants to read the county's annual comprehensive financial report, which is about 300 pages. And the interest of reaching out to people that may not have a financial background, they have developed a program called the Popular Annual Financial Report, or the PAFR, as we lovingly call it. So this will be rolled out via social media and put on the county's webpage. It does take that 300-page document and condenses it into frequently requested questions. It is a valuable resource for the public and makes our financial situation easier for them to understand. Happy to entertain any questions.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you. This is for possible action. So at this time, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment on item number M, the popular annual financial report here in chambers? Sensing none, I don't see anybody standing up. Mrs. Pablo, is there any public comment online?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. At this time, there is no public comment.
No public comment? They're very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any other questions? If there's no, we haven't, I shouldn't say any other questions. We have had no questions. So is there any questions that you folks need to ask? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
No questions, just a comment.
Oh,
I think
okay.
this is helpful and presented in a really digestible way. And I recommend it to members of the public. And I'll keep it myself as a quick and handy reference.
Comments, questions, observations? None? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion we accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2021-2022 popular annual financial report, PAFR, as presented.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to accept the Douglas County fiscal year 2021-22 popular annual financial report as presented. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We good with proceeding? We'll go to the admin calendar then, admin agenda. So we'll go to item number 1 for possible action, presentation and discussion on the 2022 annual report from the Airport Advisory Committee. And I believe that's being presented by our airport manager, Bobby Thompson, and our previous 2022 Airport Advisory Committee Chair, Mr. Sean Meehan. So before you start, I wanted to mention that all of our advisory boards submit reports to the board based on a calendar year. And when this came forward 2 weeks ago at our Board of Commissioners meeting, we entertained commissioners to pull particular committees off of that to not only give us an opportunity to ask questions specifically to that committee and the airport or whatever committee we pulled. So we have 2 of those, and so that's the reason why this is being presented today. So I'll turn over the floor to Ms. Thompson and Mr. Meehan.
Yes, thank you, Bobby Thompson, for the record. First of all, I would like to echo your earlier comments about the EOC activities. Participating in those daily calls and getting the updates and support was certainly critically important as we move forward, as we did have flooding on the airport, had water on the runways for the very first time, due probably to the snow load, but everything is operational and good there, and we certainly appreciate the work of all the people in EOC. Moving forward on that, as we talk about last year's AAC meeting, I don't want to get too far down in the weeds. I don't think that's terribly productive. Certainly not a good use of your time. I would like to say that we have 130 land leases on the airport and 80 hangar leases, and over 400 tenants involved with all that. They all have opinions. They all have a right to those opinions. And as I think you folks can certainly appreciate, you have larger numbers to deal with. And sometimes there's a few people that are unhappy with the way things go, and we understand that. However, I would also say that in the entire year, last year, at the AAC meetings, while those are open to the public at all times, there was only one individual from the airport that attended those meetings. The last meeting of the year, which did not have a quorum of the committee members, did have some additional folks in attendance, but that meeting did not occur. With that, I think the best thing we can do is entertain questions that you all might have of myself or Mr. Meehan.
I apologize. Questions by the commissioners? Observations? Concerns?
Mr. Mahan, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Uh-oh, he went there. Thank you, Mr. Rice. I just wanted to say thank you to Bobby's comments, positive comments. I wish mine could be a little more positive. I did want to say that Mr. Reese's initial comments kind of reminded me why it's difficult to find volunteers to serve in this capacity. I want to thank the chairman for correcting the record on that. And I would encourage Mr. Reese to consult Nevada Revised Statutes 200 series about the 4 elements of slander. I'll just leave that there. There were some issues that came up in the last 2 years, and I got to tell you, as a leader of the committee, I feel like I did not do as good as I could have or should have, and that's on me, and I'm not going to make excuses for that, because leaders are responsible for their teams, no matter how difficult. There were a few minor challenges I'm going to hit on with an emphasis of hoping to help going forward. And I'm glad that Mr. Reese and the other people are on the committee and they're going to take a fresh approach. I hope they are more successful than we were. There were questions that constantly occurred from members on the committee that they should have been able to get easy answers for, like false allegations that hangars are not properly assigned was answered to me satisfactorily with paperwork from the airport manager in 3 minutes. Those kind of questions weren't asked. There were reports of hazardous materials in hangars, and when I asked if the fire department had been notified at all and given the opportunity to do their job and inspect and enforce if necessary, the answer was, well, no, that's the Airport Advisory Committee's job. If you read county code, absolutely not. I was challenged throughout the term with people that felt like they needed to be the airport police rather than advisors to you, ladies and gentlemen, on policy. There are people that do the day-to-day implementation. We got a question that was a very good question about the recycling plant that's going in across the street. And those of you that are familiar, there's a concept in aviation called bird aircraft strike hazards. Birds that hit aircrafts in flight can cause significant damage and or fatalities. That was a very good question to ask. I talked to airport management. I reviewed my old material from years ago in the Air Force when I was trained in that topic, and I was satisfied with the answer. I also talked to community planning and was very happy to find out they had authoritatively asked the question and already addressed the issue. So I still had members that were losing their mind on this topic, and one actually said, well, we need to be concerned about that facility's groundwater, at which point I had to remind them that we were a meeting of the AAC, not the EPA. And I know that sounds funny, but that's what we were dealing with. I also want to echo Bobby's comments that I was very happy that there was a massive turnout at the December forum at the community center. But absent that, at our meetings, there was one member of the public typically, and there were no concerns asked or addressed. And I believe about half the people in the audience that I anecdotally surveyed were there because of a fraudulent email that was circulating yet again about a massive control tower and how we were going to try to turn Minden into LAX #2. Completely wrong. Yes, I made a motion to disband the committee, and I did go at my last meeting down in flames. I was, somebody alleged that Bobby advised me to do that. That is absolutely untrue. I mentioned to Bobby that I was going to do it, and she cautioned me to make a wise choice and offered no advice either way. The reason I did it, and it was not a perfect solution, is it was frustration with the procedures, the lack of procedures, what to do. And so I went forward and we had a debate and discussion, and the members of my committee encouraged me to withdraw the motion. I did not, and it went down in flames. And I'm glad it's on the record because it has fueled a tremendous discussion about the utility of our beautiful airport. And as an anecdotal comment, our airport's half the reason I decided to retire when I retired from the Air Force in this valley. The other half is the wonderful people I've met. So our airport's an incredible asset. ABS has done an incredible job. And going forward, I'd like the work that was done to continue to improve the incredible asset that is our Douglas County Airport. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments.
Thank you, Mr. Meehan. Any other comments or questions? I want to take an opportunity while we have this opportunity to thank you for your service on the Airport Advisory Committee and over the last couple of years and your service as chairman of that committee. So we need to recognize we have we couldn't operate this county without the volunteers we have. To try to pay for those services would bankrupt the county in mega dollars. So we appreciate everybody's assistance and volunteerism in our boards and committees and our other activities here in the county. So once again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So this is an action item. If there's no other questions or concerns or comments from the board, we'll go to the public. Do we have any public comment here in chambers on this report?
Mr. Gardner, my name is A.J. Erzik Jr.
You caught me on that a week ago or so, right? Yeah, I failed to offer my name and sign in on public comment. So
I'm the vice chairman of the Airport Advisory Committee for the Board of County Commissioners regarding the Douglas County Minden Tahoe Airport. My term terminates at the end of this year. I was appointed to the AAC by this board shortly after arriving in Douglas County. During my service on the committee, it became clear that the AAC struggled in moving forward with meaningful representation of the airport. I found this to be particularly personally frustrating. After being contacted by numerous airport stakeholders, I became aware of an underlying general dissatisfaction with conditions at the airfield. I learned that these deficiencies were manifested in both physical characteristics and policy issues, all of which were precipitated through managerial actions or inactions. Through the recent appointments by this body, the AAC has been restructured. As a member of the restructured AAC, I anticipate working constructively in an environment which encourages proactive solutions which will result in stakeholder encouragement and an improved airport culture, all of which will benefit this board and the communities of Douglas County.
Thank you.
Peter Reese for the record. Mr. Gardner, thank you for correcting the technical issues surrounding Mr. Meehan's departure. I do appreciate the technical side of it. However, from the public view, being an airport user, being present at the meetings, Mr. Meehan wasn't present. He was there via Skype, Zoom, or whatever you want to call it. Only 2 other members of the AAC showed up in person. They knew there was going to be a large showing. There was 30 plus pilots and other stakeholders there. There was standing room only in the meeting. And even though there wasn't a quorum, technically, it was the last meeting, we requested through public comment many people to reschedule the meeting in a couple of weeks because it was still within the calendar year of Mr. Meehan's term. So technically, he still was acting chair, and he was given a request by the community to reconvene the meeting because we had several issues to go over, but he chose not to. So in my opinion, through the actions of his choices, he resigned. And then he gave notice that he wasn't going to be running again. So however it looks and however it legally sounds to the public, it looked like he just quit and gave up and didn't want to pursue it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional public comments here in chambers?
Good morning, Commissioners. Al Brown. As the current chair of the Airport Advisory Committee, I would like to say I've always been someone that believes in looking forward, not looking back. And ultimately, Mr. Meehan states here that some mistakes were made on his part last year. I respect that. We all make mistakes. It's cool. I'm going to make them too. But the bottom line is we have to not look back. Let's look forward. Where are we going and how are we going to get there? And what I'm hoping in the long term is that, Mr. Meehan, I can count on you as a supporter. I can call you if I need you. I can sense your frustration. And I have to admit to feeling some of it myself. So I would ask everybody, from this point forward, let's just look forward. Let's work together. There actually is an AAC meeting, a special meeting that's scheduled for Monday the 20th. It's this coming Monday. Love to see as many people as possible there, from the general public to Sean, you're welcome too. You know, the more the merrier. Thanks very much, Commissioners.
Additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment online?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. John, do you have public comment on item 1?
Yes, thank you. The airport is an unusual asset that is not afforded many counties like we have here. And it is an amazing gift that has been bestowed on Douglas County. Ms. Thompson, you will always be remembered as the person who brought the Blue Angels to our county. It's a real amazing event, and it's pretty amazing to have those folks come here and put on those air shows. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. Ms. Pablo, is there additional public comment?
Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. There's no additional public comment on this item.
Bring it back to the board.
Oh, I'm sorry. There is one.
Okay.
Bud, do you have public comment on item 1?
Yes, again, running 2 separate platforms because of the tech glitch and the practices of agency and censoring public input. I heard what the gentleman said about forging forward, never looking back. Perhaps that's part of the problem. If you don't know where you're coming from or have respect for the past and are able to learn from those mistakes, then plowing forward is just stabbing in the dark, really. You can see that agency suffers from a facet of memory amnesia. The law of time is very explicitly clear about the memory amnesia of agency being related to a fictitious timing standard, an artificial construct that essentially deters the self-reflective intelligence of agency. And so therefore, would commend you in taking responsibility for errors in times past. But again, if you're not willing to reflect on those errors and learn from those mistakes, then the vision for the future will be the same repeat manifest error.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Michelle Pablo, Deputy Clerk for the record. There's no additional public comment at this time.
Okay. I'm bring it back to the board. I just
Mr.
wanted
Chairman?
to make, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me, Bobby Thompson. I would like to add one thing that I think is important. I certainly agree with Mr. Brown. The forward-looking is important, but I would also say that in going to and attending AAC meetings for the past 13 years, the thing that's always been struggled with that hopefully can be remedied going forward is the ordinance that created that committee is unfortunately quite vague. And the committee has constantly struggled with what their role is and what it is that they should be doing. And I know that at the meeting Mr. Brown mentioned on Monday night, they're going to be working on that. And of course, they'll have to bring that forward because the ordinance may not cover what they would like to do. So I would highly recommend you take a look at that as it comes forward with the understanding that you don't create a conflict of interest with airport tenants that are making rules, regulations, and policy for airport tenants. So you have to certainly take that in consideration. But I do think they could fill a larger role that is what has been historically in the past.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, can I?
With that being said,
I need to add something to help.
Okay, go ahead.
Sean Meehan for the record. Thank you, Bobby, for the comments. I also want to add, going forward, when you these new people are going to do a great job, I think, bringing some new code forward. When you look at that, I ask you to pay particular attention to the qualifications of the members that try to get on this committee. We had to contend with people that have absolutely no experience in aviation. You can walk through some of it, explain some things, but if you don't know what an instrument approach system is and the basics of why it exists, you're handicapping us. Also, there was an issue about halfway in where a member was very upset about the meeting time, advocated, I believe talked to one or several of all of you. I got message back. We made an agenda item. The committee voted to comply with the request of that member, change the meeting time by several hours, and that member never attended another meeting for a year after. So expertise and motivation are essential when you have, so that we can give you, ladies and gentlemen, or the new people can give you expert advice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you, Mr. Meehan, for that. It's been the, so I'm going to bring it back to the board. I think members of this board have recognized the need to address that ordinance. And so in that process, the vice chair and myself have invited the chair and the vice chair of the Airport Advisory Committee to meet together in a joint meeting with our county manager, who has operational oversight of the airport. And so we can try to clarify exactly what the role is. I agree with Ms. Thompson's thought process is that there are portions of that ordinance that are fairly vague, and we need to clear up those vaguenesses. We've recognized this, and we agree that needs to be done. So we're going to move forward with that, hopefully in the month of April, shortly. And congratulations, Mr. Brown, for becoming the chair of that committee. So I look forward to working with you in that regard. I just want to do, it needs to be stated before we move on that we certainly do appreciate as a county your involvement, ABS's involvement with aviation in regards to the operation of the airport over the 10 plus years that you've been involved in that. And thank you very much for your service. I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds here and going out of line, but I understand Ms. Thompson, you're actually experiencing some troubling health issues. I hope I'm not, once again, going out of school on that, but I just want to let you know that once again, we appreciate your involvement and hope that your personal health issues come out to your advantage, and so we have you around for a much longer period of time. So I know your father was 100, right? So there's longevity in your family. So hopefully we'll see you around for a few more years anyways. So any other comments by this board? Commissioner Nosat?
Yeah, and Ms. Thompson, while I do owe a certain allegiance to the United States Navy and their flight demonstration team, the Air Force also deserves credit, and you deserve credit for being able to bring those two together.
Wow. Well, we don't want to get into a dogfight between the Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels, do we? So we'll fight the foreign forces, not internal here. So yes, and the public knows this. ABS Aviation has notified the county that they're not going to participate in the request for proposal process that we're undergoing right now for a new operator for the airport. That doesn't mean that we were going to replace, but now we have to because they've sent us a letter of termination. So anyways, we will have a new airport operator sometime shortly in the future here. So anyways, but the public knows that, so I'm not letting anything out of the bag there either. So are we good with this report, folks? Any other questions? Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve the annual report of the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Nosad, seconded by Commissioner Rice to accept the 2022 annual report from the Airport Advisory Committee as presented. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your time in coming before us and your comments. How we good on time, guys? Do you need to take a break, or do you want to go right into the library? You need a break. Okay, you need a break. Okay, we're gonna. I hope Mr. DeGelder and we're gonna take a 10-minute break here if we can, and return at how about 9 minutes? Is that good? 11:20. Okay, we'll return at 11:20. Thank you for your indulgence.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Commissioner Rice, you want to? Okay, it's 11:20 and all 5 commissioners are back in session, so we'll call the meeting back from recess. Based on that clock, we should be able to get out of here by noon today. Maybe not that clock, right? You're good. Yeah, I would be. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not on the record right now, so that's good. Maybe it is recording, but anyways, so we'll go into item number 2 for possible action, presentation and discussion on the 2022 annual report from the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees, being presented by a Library Board of Trustee member. I believe Ms. Darla Doty is here. I always have troubles with your last name and trying to pronounce it. You know, I've heard so many different renditions, but I think it's Doty, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And our new library director, Tim DeGelder. Welcome. And this is an item, just preface it, this is an item that I actually asked to come before us on an individual basis, simply because we have a new library director, and I think it's important. I've been personally impressed with what you've brought to the library over the last year. How long has it been now? A year? Only 9 months, and you've done all of this. That's impressive. So I think it's important that the public witness this and see what you're doing. So that's why I asked for it. It's not in a derogatory manner or be taken as I'm impressed what you're doing, and I wanted the other commissioners to hear it and the public to hear it. So with that, Mr. DeGelder and Ms. Doty, you may proceed.
For the record, Tim DeGelder. Thank you, Board of County Commissioners, county staff, and general public for being here. And hopefully, we can just talk a little bit about the library and what we've accomplished last year. And maybe we'll have a lot of those moments where you say, I didn't know the library did that, or that's cool. So I got 7 slides to share with y'all on a PowerPoint.
With y'all? I thought you were from
Missouri, a little bit of Missouri in there. Okay, so once again, this was our 22 annual report, and I am the library director, Tim DeGelder. Last year, we do have a new strategic plan as a 5-year plan. I wanted to just highlight this. The work was put in this. It took them over 16 months. They had public cluster groups, comments. They broke things down. I gave everyone a 1-page summary of the annual report goals, and I also made 100 copies for people to take outside. There was a lot of work put into this. it became a 150-page document by the time they were done with it. But for me as a library director, I like to look at what the public wants and what could be a long-term goal for the library. And that is what this report is. And it sets our goals. The board is behind it. The public is behind it. And it's a nice guideline. So we're going to move on from that. And the full report is available off the library's webpage. So you can see that if you like. Just sharing some statistics. People are using the library. We had over 50,000 people visit Douglas County Library, and they checked out 147,975 items, which is amazing. We had 473 programs at the library and activities. We have a bookmobile that will go to locations around the county, schools, senior homes, senior centers, other centers around the county that need help. We had 252 visits, and they checked out over 3,500 items. And our bookmobile is now starting to do some programming. So we're not just delivering books, we're trying to give some programming to our citizens that are out in the outskirts. Our Wi-Fi was used 27,749 times, so people need connection. A lot of times they'll come to the library and use our connections. Ebooks, people are just starting to use ebooks more. So we are working on collection. Mostly when there's bestseller out there, we'll try to get a paper copy, a digital copy, maybe a digital audio copy. But we had 43,805 digital checkouts. That number is rising. We're up 43% right now. And we use Facebook and we use other social media to try to connect, because people don't just want to read the paper or read newsletters. We had 16,075 social media connections, and we have also started a YouTube page and a TikTok for the teens. It's secure. It's just something that's not on the county site, but we've got over 100,000 connections with the teens, views. And library was open 2,950 hours. We read 107 hours to the kids through various programs. And many times when we don't have something in the library, we work as a network with other libraries. And we were able to get 2,333 items from other libraries. It's called interlibrary loan. So many times we can't buy it, but we will get it for you. Any comments? Okay. How does the library actually help our community, and how do they get involved? There is a ALA, American Library Association calculator that you can actually use when some statistics go through your library. What is your community saving? Our community saved $3,808,000 by checking out books, so you didn't have to buy them yourself. So you're using our county materials, using our equipment, the computers, checkout logs, and using our meeting room space, coming to the library. So we put a little value, sometimes we put a little number value to that. And what we're really impressed about is we had 0 volunteers when I started. I called up with a coworker, we called up every single volunteer that was qualified, and we said, please come back to the library. We would love to have you. Here's some things we can do. We had a community meeting. We went over job descriptions for volunteers. We made YouTube videos for new volunteers. And now we have 41 volunteers, and they come weekly. So they have their schedule. So someone may come Wednesday 10 to 12 or Friday 1 to 3. So we have them spread out through the week. And for me, I just want to see the public engagement that they have, because we get to talk to them with their ideas, and they're smart people and they give us good help. So it's a win-win for everyone. So we're getting over 40 hours a week in volunteer help from our community. We've been attending literacy fairs at the elementary schools. So we get to go up and to the schools and tell them how the library can be part of the children's life after school when they're out of school. And we also promote our summer reading program then. And then the schools asked us back for health fairs. Not only can you go to the library and just find some general diet, exercise, but reading is actually good for your mental health. There's some studies been done where your stress levels go down if you read a good book. So we do talk about the mental aspects of reading for a hobby and how it can relax yourself. Last year we did a tiny art show. It was part of my introduction to the community, where everyone got a small canvas and a paint set, and they painted their painting, and we passed them out, and we got over 500 paintings from our citizens, and we framed them all in the library, and then we had a gallery opening, and it was just a wonderful. The board wanted me to introduce myself, and I didn't want to just sit and have coffee. So I said, well, let's do an event to where our community can be involved. And so that now has evolved probably to an annual event. Our summer reading is all together now. So I've taken puzzle pieces, and they're going to paint the puzzle piece, and then we're going to put the puzzles together as collages. So our community is going to make public art. So we're hoping we can get 15 puzzles painted by our citizens this year. We got engaging more with the Friends of the Library. They have not had a book sale in 2 years, so we got that off the ground in September of 2022. And we had over 500 people come to the book sale, and I'm so happy the book sale is back. It gave me a chance to talk to our citizen base, and we actually raised a little money. We raised $6,300, and that money goes back into programming for the library so we can get some things done. We are right next to Douglas County High School. We want to make the library an inviting place for teens to come, do their homework, socialize, learn some new skills. We're working on creating a new teen space at the library. This will allow teens to have their own area, because teens sometimes can be a little rambunctious, when you're at the library, people have things they want to try to get done. So we have a little space for them so they can be themselves. We want to make sure that they can get their homework done, work on a PC. And we also will have a teen collection of literature in that space. So we're looking forward to that. The Friends of the Library, once again, they were actually meeting off-site, and we were able to bring them back to the library, and they were very grateful that those connections are being remade. Because Friends of the Library, they're citizens that just love their library and want the best. And we have over 300 members of the Friends of the Library, so they're citizens that really want to support us. We had 1,401 summer reading signups last year, and kids out there, when you do summer reading, there's no homework, so you don't have to worry about writing a paper or doing a presentation on the books you read over the summer. Just enjoy it and have fun. That's what keeps the mind going, the mental aspect of our summer reading.
I'll just add to that real quick that that's in a little over 9 months that all that's been accomplished. So pretty amazing since we've gotten Tim as our director.
So, and I'm up here speaking, but my staff are the best, and if they make me look good, that's just, they get all the credit, in my opinion. So I'm speaking for them, so. What was new in 2022? We started at the Lake Tahoe branch. We have 2 locations. We're doing a teen video club. How to write a script, how to film something. How would you make a video? The teens wanted this. They wanted skills because a lot of things going digital. And also at the Lake Tahoe branch, you can check out Frisbees with your library card and play Frisbee golf. There's a 18-hole Frisbee golf course up there. So if you're up there and you just want to hang out, check out some Frisbees and play some Frisbee golf. We were able to work with the Washoe tribe in the Indigenous month of November, and they put on a wonderful program about the culture of the tribe. And we're trying to slowly work and make connections with them. That's a big part of our community, and we always want to give them a voice to share what they're doing. We had over $25,000 in grant money that was given for programming and materials. We started 15 new types of programming for the community. We worked with the Friends of the Library to create an online merchandise store so you can buy your library shirts or a library bag or a library mug or just a fun library, you can buy a shower curtain or a bedspread. The merchandise, dog bandanas, it's a great store called Redbubble. And I did a little presentation for the chamber on any business that want to enhance their business with a store, and that went over really well. For our business community, some of the items you can put your logo on is quite impressive. So we had tea parties, craft clubs, health programs, outdoor reading clubs, knitting clubs, science clubs, reading with therapy animals, movie watching days, Girl Scouts, poetry days, craft clubs, Japanese clubs, and a lot more. I could just do a presentation on programming for y'all. That would be something fun. We also, we have a little bookstore. When you first walk in the library, we have donated books from the public. And if we cannot use those books in our collection, we have a daily bookstore, and the money goes to the Friends. But I did some calculations with our book sale in our Friends store at the front. We recycled over 15,000 books last year. So when people have books to give, it's nice to find another home for these books, and we know they're being read. And sometimes people will just give them as a gift, and it raises a little money. Currently, right now, the current library is 40 years old, and I'm looking at things get worn out, and sometimes when things get worn out and you live somewhere, you don't notice it being the new director. I see some things that I want to make the building inviting for our public. They want to feel safe, and they want to feel that it's a clean, nice place. There was money for a recarpeting project that was in the budget for 2.5 years. And it's like, why is this money in the budget? Let's do this project because we need this. So that project will be started next week. We will be laying our new carpet. And then we'll work on other projects to keep the building comfortable and nice for when people actually come in to the library. And lighting. Also in 2022, you can check out a state park pass from your library. And what it does is you use your library card, you check out a state park pass, you put the park pass in your rearview mirror, and then you get entry for free that day, your car. So it takes some of the cost off of your entry fees when you go to the state park. So, library staff, what happened with our library staff? I was actually hired June of last year. I have 28 years of library experience, and I'm just happy to be here. I wanted a nice community to raise my family, and I think I found it here in Douglas County. And I think library is very important, and I'm very passionate about it. So I thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be here. I just started, I was looking at better communication with my staff. So I have weekly meetings with my supervisors, and they talk daily with their staff. And then I have a monthly meeting with my staff for all of us to come together and just communicate better. That was not happening before, and I think when you have that open door, free flow of ideas in your department, that helps a lot. Now my library staff, we're stepping up. We want more training. We want to know what's going on in other libraries. Maybe there's a subject that could pertain to libraries, like maybe mental health, something, how do you deal with people with a mental health problem when they come in your library? Training like that so that we are more accommodating to everyone. I was also, there was some slots open when I was hired, so I was able to get a new youth supervisor to help with some visions we have with some of the kids, some kids programs that we do want to try. I have staff now in place to help us do that. We just got 3 new board members. And for me, it's an exciting time for a fresh perspective of what they think the library should be or what they think the library could be for our community. So we have, out of 5 members, we have 3 new ones. So we'll see how that works out for this year. And we're also, staff is, they're renewing their memberships to professional organizations that most of the time the professional organizations like American Library Association, they're all 50 states, and they have committees to where you can actually learn what's going on in Missouri, California, Florida, and you can sign up your interest that you want. So if you are interested in children's literature or children's programming, you can find out what all 50 states are doing, and then maybe we can reproduce or copy or steal their idea for ourselves, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. All right, in my last slide, coming attractions, kind of like at the movies, right? When you, what's coming in 2023? Summer reading this summer is going to be big blowout. We're going to be marketing and pushing this all together now. And it's not just children, it's all ages join summer reading. So when the parents bring up the little ones and the parents are presented with their reading slip, so we want to make sure a family reads together. We're looking at what's called a story walk, book walk. Where can we put some literature out in the community? It's possible that you could, they have these story walk posters where you could, actually someone could be taking a hike and reading a book. Normally it's a children's book, but around Christmas time, you may want to read the Polar Express while you're doing your exercise. And once again, I talked about the All Together Now art show that we're going to be working on. And our board and the friends are working together because, once again, we have so many people that want to do something for the library. They want to try our very first gala for the library. All together now, a magical evening. We will have a magician do a magic show, and then we will have a chance for people to talk to each other and bid on some interesting items we can pull together. Starla, you want to have anything to say about the...
Just look for more information coming out on that one. We're looking forward to it. And CVI has been great and has donated the room to us. And so we're in the process of planning. So we're excited about it. It's the first time. So
Thank you. And for me, why do we just have a summer read? We're going to do a winter read with the snow we had and everyone was snowed in. Good time to read, cuddle up and read a book on your couch or wherever. So we're going to do a summer read and we're going to do a winter read during the snow months that we have. And we're going to try a digital book club. We have a service called Hoopla Reading. You can put the book on your phone and run it through your car. So if you're commuting around Douglas County, I'm going to create a book club where I'll pick the book. You all put it on your device. We're all listening to the same book. Then we come together and talk about the book digitally. So we'll see how that works. We're going to do 1,000 books before kindergarten. We're going to work with daycares and try to get, before children are the age of 5, we want you to read 1,000 books. And we will have a lot of good incentives for our children. I did this in Douglas County. In 3 months, I got 25,000 books read in about 3 months. So I think Douglas County can outdo that. For sure. Every Child Ready to Read, that is a program geared at parents. When we do our story time, we will explain what we're doing in our story time and how you can do that at home with your child to give you some skills when it comes to reading to your child. We are going to try to work with the second grade. The Chatai Reading and Writing Club. Chatai is a trained therapy cat. If y'all know anything about therapy animals, we had Baker and Taylor at the library, and I was looking at some of the history documents of Baker and Taylor, and children would write letters to the cats. So we're going to take Chatai, and we're going to challenge our second graders to write a letter to Chatai and tell Chatai what you're reading, and we can correspond back with we just wanted to make something fun, a little off the beaten path for the kids to get excited about. And because Chatai is a trained therapy cat, if they do something spectacular, maybe by the end of the year, we can visit them at the school and have like a, graduation party to the third grade or whatever. So, and finally, last meeting, you heard about our Tiny Free Libraries project, that it's going to be slow to start, but we are trying to get more materials into the people's hands without them worrying about the cost and returning, and I've lost the book, and we just want them to enjoy the literature and work on their skills.
Wow.
That's all I have to say.
Wow. So, wow. We probably could devote an entire day meeting with you folks to go over what you're doing in the library. But comments, questions, observations from the other commissioners? Ms. Hales, any questions? No? Mr. Tarkanian, anything to add? Okay. Commissioner Nosad?
Quick question here. My father-in-law was a World War II veteran and a self-taught physics type person. He was in code breaking, so that lent it to that. I have several books, all the same, that he published. on the subject of the theory in physics. If you'd be interested, I have several copies. I can drop them off for you.
Yes, we always take donations, and sometimes it sounds like what your subject might be a specialty library. So if we get something like that, sometimes the university is looking for historical collections, so we might actually get them placed where people are studying the history, and so we could find them a place where they will be used more. So we can talk if you want to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hales, that raises a question?
Yeah, when's the gala?
It's going to be October 6th at CVI, starting at 5 p.m. We are looking for donations, if I can plug, for silent auction and live auction items. And I'm sure you'll be hearing a lot more about that. Thank you.
Commissioner Rice, anything to add?
No, my wife is an avid reader, and to the point where I bought her a tablet and she threw it at me. She says she wants the hard copy. And I am very impressed with the programs you have going on. When I was a kid, the library was a place where you went to read a book like Ivanhoe and then write a paper saying the damn thing's too thick. But that's just a perception from long ago. And I'm delighted to see all of the programs that you have going.
Thank you. My observation would be that as a high school student, this is not your typical your grandfather's or your father's library, and I didn't realize how it had evolved. The majority of time that I spent in the library in high school was in detention, and doing homework. I have to admit, So
I do want to give a shout out to the food closet. When we work on our teen room, you have teens that get out of school, they're hungry. So the food closet's going to have some sort of snack box. So when the kids get to the library and they're hungry, they have something to eat, as well as being able to relax their minds and work on their homework. They're not starving until 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock when they get home. So thank you to the food
And you're
closet.
very close to the high schools, which that really assists in that process because they can walk right over. So on behalf of the TRE community, we really appreciate you bringing the bookmobile down there to assist not only we only have two types of residents in TRE, pediatric and geriatric, and your library really helps out with both of those ends of the spectrum. So I know you're bringing it down for the Tuesday. I believe it's Tuesdays for the senior lunches. So that's terrific, and we really appreciate you doing that. I also wanted to recognize that, you're not our typical library director. Just in the last less than a year, I know that you've really made yourself available to the public and gone out to a lot of public events. So that's really commendable. And I understand also you took the opportunity to join the Rotary Club. So that's also impressive. So you're giving back to the community besides that, your activities in the library. And I believe you're a member now of the Leadership Douglas County class of 2023, right? So all of that is extremely commendable. I was very, very happy to see you reinstate the Friends of the Library. I hope that becomes, is it a 501c3 now?
It is a 501c3, and they were actually able to have their annual meeting at the library. So
Absolutely critical, and you have 300 people involved in that. So, that's just a tremendous resource that I'm so glad that we re-involved ourselves with in our community. I did want to make it, and you mentioned it slightly, so I'll mention it also because I did ask I wrote down a question. I know that in the last budget we approved the new carpet for and I was wondering what happened. Did you actually get that installed? And so I think you addressed that question. It's going to be installed next week. So and didn't we approve new bookcases also? Some bookcases, I believe.
thank you for the question. I inherited some of these budget requests, but I firmly believe they were needed. So the carpet was carried over, I believe, 2 budget cycles, and I just don't think there was interim directors. I just don't think it was someone took on the project. So book shelving was also part of that. I wanted to redo the carpet and then work on the teen room and see. We have a Nevada collection. I don't want to lose that collection. I want to move it to a quiet area by our computers, so that shelving money could be used to keep that collection in place, because it's very valuable for the citizens to be able to look up the history of our area, and I don't want to send them off to Carson City or somewhere else. I think it's an asset for our community that we can look up the history we have here. So that shelving money will probably be used for that.
Okay.
I'm just going to add to that real quick, if possible. Sure. I was appointed to the board by this board, thank you very much, last April. I believe those funds were actually in insurance. We had a flood, and the carpeting was due to insurance money, and same with some book, to replace books that were damaged as well. So I just want to clarify that the carpeting was actually part of an insurance claim, right?
The carpeting was pre-approved 2 years ago. Was it? Okay. Yes. The insurance, we had a fire sprinkler break, and it flooded. It sprayed from the ceiling, and no one was in the library at the time, so it kept spraying and spraying and spraying. So we did get some insurance money to replace the books, but the carpeting was a separate project.
You guys can get into that discussion. Okay. So, anyways, I'm glad to see that that's going forward. And once again, what you bring to the library is extremely impressive. And I know that, it's interesting. We asked the AAC to come before us. We asked the library to come before us. Those 2 committees were the largest. We had the largest number of applicants for those 2 committees. So those choices became very difficult, but at least we also took time. I know that each commissioner took time to really look at the resumes that those people are bringing forward to your committee and to their committee. So I think you're going to be very happy, hopefully, with the 3 new ones. So anyways, this is an action item. If there's no other questions, we'll entertain public comment on this report. Is there any public comment here in chambers regarding the annual report of the Douglas County Library?
James McCallum for the record. I just want to say how really impressed I am. That's an incredible presentation. And I'm going to get myself down to the library and check it out. I've only been there once since I've lived here, almost 10 years. I'm going. So really thank that presentation. I learned a lot, and I was a little late. So thank you.
Yep. So, Ms. Pablo, is there any public comment online? We'll go to Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have 2 people with their hand raised. Elizabeth, do you have public comment on item 2?
No, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. As a volunteer for the library, I can only tell the community it's been an absolutely fantastic experience. We have now 2 therapy dogs up here at Zephyr Cove that read regularly to the children, and it's been very enjoyable. I do have one request, and please take this serious. All the other agencies in this county, as far as I know, the schools have banned TikTok. I really think the more we learn about this computer program, the more it is a weapon, and it should not be encouraged in a public library. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pablo, any additional?
Yes. Jason, do you have public comment on item 2?
I do. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine. Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Jason Gibson with the Nevada Assembly. First and foremost, the last comment about TikTok being a weapon is absolutely ridiculous. I had a brief discussion with Timothy about the library being what it is, which is knowledge house of knowledge, a spirit tower of sort. Trying to bring Tim up to speed with the history of the library and the role that the librarian played in standing up for the peaceful assembly of the peoples when the so-called Antifa invasion occurred. That was in 2020 that got national headline news. The librarian stood up for those people when Douglas County SWAT was dispatched to disband the peaceful assembly of so-called Antifa rioters. And so I hope that Tim would have the same courage in standing up for the people's rights. And that brings me to the topic of the law library. What you call a law library, Douglas County, is nothing more than a shoebox.
So,
The library,
Mr. Gibson, I hate to interrupt
the library
you, but we're
currently
talking
gets
about the library,
56.
not the law library currently.
The law library is in the library.
Anyways.
The law library is in the library. It gets $56,000 a year, and it's not a law library. So we talked to Tim about that, and we found out that the law library that's housed by the library, which is funded at the tune of $60,000 a year, did not have an active subscription by which to do legal research. We talked to Tim about reactivating the law library, and the clerk that's supposed to be staffing that center is not existent. And furthermore, we asked Tim about transparency and opening up the meetings, and we asked him to activate the Zoom and why he was opposed to not allowing public input from a distance, from the lake or from anybody else who wants to participate in these meetings. And we got the same kind of resistance that's practiced in the Planning Commission. They don't want public input or any kind of Zoom utility or any kind of other influence outside of their corporate culture when it comes to these resources and how we can.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr.
Pablo?
Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We have no additional online public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have John. Do you have public comment on item 2?
Thank you. I beg to differ with the last person who made comments in regard to the library and what went down. It was not Antifa. It was BLM, Communist Front Group. There was nothing we could do. We were pretty disappointed with it all. The Sheriff's Department acted accordingly, and everybody did what they could do to confront this organization, to keep them from trying to burn down our city. So the efforts that are being made by the current director are outstanding and in line with our thoughts and hopes in regard to how things will progress. So kudos to the new director, and he's really brought forth a lot of interest and action, and especially the part about doing a video lab. I think that's a real good program for the kids. So good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ingalls. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do not have any more online public comment.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments, observations, questions? Sensing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the 2022 annual report from the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees.
So moved.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noasad, seconded by Commissioner Hales to approve the 2022 annual report from the Douglas County Public Library Board of Trustees. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Once again, thank you for your time and very, once again, extremely impressive. I found out that the activities of the library are just really, really impressive these days. So anyways, with that, we'll go to item number 3 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1613, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code Title 20, Consolidated Development Code, Chapter 20.220 and Chapter 20.820 for the purpose of clarifying that in accordance with state law, professional engineers, 1, may electronically seal and digitally sign submitted documents, and number 2, are not required to stamp an estimate for the cost of a project. This is the first reading, and it's being presented by Mr. Hutchings with our Community Development Department, right? Okay, thank you.
Yep, Jeremy Hutchings, I'm your county engineer, and it's just the first reading. You read the title, that
When the ordinance actually comes back to us.
April 6th?
April 6th.
Yep.
Yep. Well, okay. The next board meeting, it just happens to be 3 weeks, so we have an empty week here, so that's good. Okay, thank you. See you April 6th. Item number 4 for possible action, discussion to approve a $414,750 contract with Don Cushing Associates Incorporated for the engineering services needed for Phase 1 of the Public Safety Radio System Upgrade Project, and authorize the county manager to sign the contract, being presented by our Chief Information Technology Officer, I believe. I hope that's your title, Mr. Dan Johnson.
Yes, Daniel Johnson, Chief Technology Officer for the record. What this item represents is kind of part 1 of the Phase 1 for site upgrades for the radio system project, as outlined in the radio study that we had done, which is also attached in your packet. This part 1 does the engineering and design phase, and then we'll come back for the actual construction portion of it. The total Phase 1 was estimated to be $1.45 million, and that's what was allocated by the board to proceed with Phase 1. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners, questions? Mr. Johnson. Okay. You I'm sorry, Commissioner Hales, you look like you're forming a question in your mind.
Well, $414,000 for engineering. I just think maybe a little bit of explanation about what's in, I don't have any specific questions, but a little bit longer explanation might be warranted, because this is $414,000 not to do any actual on the ground stuff. And so that's a lot. And I just thought it might be nice to hear a little bit more from you.
Okay, so and before you go ahead and answer, I had a quick question. Is this not part of the ARPA funds that we approved for this process? I think we approved somewhere in the 1.4 million, right, of the ARPA funds. So these are not funds coming out of the general fund, but it's still money, yes, and that's important. So please ask your questions, of course. Commissioner Tarkanian.
Was it 1.4 million for all engineering fees or for the total? Okay, so I guess my question is, was this put out to bid? What's the total cost of the project? I assume the engineering cost isn't just part of the 1.4. There's got to be a larger number.
This is part of the 1.4, this item. The 1.4 is for the entire Phase 1 for site upgrades, which would be the engineering, all the plans. That's what this portion would be the engineering, all the plans required in order to put the sites up to industry best practice as defined within our radio study. It'll define what needs to go in as far as proper grounding, proper HVAC, proper power and power backup for each of the sites that we have. The breakdown of the cost is provided in the packet for each of the locations. Some of those locations may not require certain studies that are broken down, and those won't be charged because the charges are based off what is needed per site. So we are asking for the full 414 in case everything is needed, but it may not quite go up that high. The rest of the 1.45 that was allocated for this phase one would then cover the construction costs to use those plans and bring everything up to the code that, or up to the industry best practice.
Okay, so the engineering costs are how much?
The engineering and plans, that's this first portion, and that's the total cost will not exceed the 414 that we're asking for today.
So the engineering and plans are almost 40% of the total construction costs?
For radio site upgrades, yes.
And again, my question was, how did you put this out to bid? Do you have other bids from other companies?
We reached out to other companies and received no other qualifying responses. Many of the people we reached out to do not perform engineering services for land mobile radio systems. And so I worked with Debbie Swigert in finance to make sure that we met the federal purchasing guidelines for using the ARPA funds for this, yes.
Just 38% of the construction costs for engineering and plans is extremely high for any construction. I don't know, it's a different type of development from what I'm used to, but that's very expensive. It'd be much more comfortable if we knew that there was other people that gave us an idea what the cost was, and with no other bids that have come in, we really don't have that.
Okay.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. So federal, because it is using ARPA funds, there are very stringent procurement guidelines for those funds. We have copies of the information that Daniel did reach out to other agencies, and Debbie has that on file as part of our grant documentation, and we can certainly provide that at a later meeting.
But there's no other numbers. Nobody else put out a number, right?
It was put out to bid and only one vendor bid.
Commissioner Rice?
Mr. Chairman, I can speak from experience that this is worth every dime that's going into it. There are too many places in this county where we have no radio signals whatsoever. I know from personal experience, having been out in TRE and some places around the lake, that you are in completely what we'd call dead spots. To the point I was out in TRE one time taking several reports, and the dispatcher was unable to contact me, and they ended up having to call somebody at home who lived in TRE to make sure that I was still breathing. So this, as far as I'm concerned, is worth every penny. I know from experience what upgrades to radio systems cost, and I think this is well within the normal aspects. Thank you.
Commissioner Noset?
Yeah, from personal experience, I was on the Citizens Patrol, and whenever the route took us to TRE, we could not use the radios, so we had to make our reports on phone.
So, and I can attest, I was in the sheriff's vehicle during the Tamarack fire for a tour of South County, just kind of in the middle of the fire. Before it actually had gone over into the eastern side of 395, and I know I was I listened to frustrations from our sheriff that the communication systems were extremely difficult down in South County, and so I think that's where the majority of this infrastructure is actually going to benefit is our communication structure in South County. And it's been a long time, as I understand it, that this has been upgraded. Would that be a fair statement?
Daniel Johnson, Chief Technology Officer, for the record. That is a fair statement. Our current radio system is in dire need of upgrade. It is very old. Most of our equipment is not produced by the manufacturer that manufactured it anymore. we do have contingency plans in place if we have stuff fail to be able to replace it. So we'll be able to keep things going. But it is in bad need of upgrade and repair. Probably should have been done a while back, but not sure why it wasn't. When I came on board, I saw the need, and that's why we did the study, the independent study, so that they could give us kind of the roadmap for what we need to do. And as well, 4 of you commissioners were on the board when we did the study. Commissioner Hales was not. That study came back at over $10 million to upgrade our system, to bring it up to just industry best practices and standards. And so that's the study that we're using as a roadmap to bring our radio system up to where it needs to be.
That was my recollection, actually. I believe that you requested $10 million in ARPA funds. We had $9.4 million available. So, I mean, our requests were somewhere in the range of over $50 million for a 9.4 allocation. So that became very difficult. So the only thing that we really could do is phase one. And we're still going to have $8+ million worth of upgrades that are going to be necessary in the county. I don't know where we're ever going to get that money, because I don't anticipate any more ARPA funds. But anyways, I share Commissioner Tarkanian's disappointment. I think it's more disappointment that nobody else felt like they wanted to become involved in this process. It would have been nice to have some open bidding, competitive bidding. But, I guess we have to live with what we have to live with. And fortunately, we allocated the 1.4 at least to start this process. And I don't know where we're going to go forward in trying to complete it, but I think we need to get started. So, Commissioner Hales, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just was going to say I certainly don't disagree that we need to do this and there are problems. It's not that. That's not the question. The question is this a wise contract for us to enter into to get started? Is this a good use of our money? And I mean, I guess I was just looking for a little more narrative about this contractor has visited the sites, this contractor has had a discussion with us, this, just a little bit more detail to help me feel assured that this is a wise spending of our funds.
And I will expand a little bit. In discussions with this contractor specializes in land mobile radio systems. They have basically kind of have a calculator, and that's how he plugs in the numbers to get them. They've done numerous sites all over the western United States, Colorado, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, where they're doing this work on these types of radio sites. And they've worked with many public agencies on their radio sites and federal agencies on theirs as well. So I have confidence that their numbers are correct for what's needed with this.
As we go forward with this, and should we find additional funds to go forward with the whole, obviously in phases, because we're not going to come up with 9.4 million or the remaining 8.5 or 8.6 that you asked for initially. But you do have several phases that you're planning as we get the funds available. Is that correct?
That's correct. After this phase one for the site improvements, and the reason this is phase one is because if we start putting new equipment into sites that aren't prepped for equipment, we'll destroy the equipment faster than if we have the sites prepared correctly with the proper HVAC and proper power and such. So that's why this is phase one. Phase two, we would be looking at our backhaul system and getting off of our analog backhaul lines to go to digital and higher throughput and capacity to be able to talk between the sites. That's the backhaul. And then we would get into the actual equipment upgrades. And then the final phase that's in the report is the actual radios themselves down to the officers and such. And it's included in the report, and that's a pretty big price tag. I think the the units are close to 3 million to replace them all. And we know we don't have to replace them all because the sheriff's office has already got a replacement program for their radios. East Fork and Tahoe Douglas all already have their replacement program for their handheld radios and mobiles. And so it is included in the report as the overall 10 million, but it's not really something that we would be tackling as part of the infrastructure backbone. We would look at the phase 1, the site improvements, the phase 2, the backbone or the backhaul system, and then the new equipment at the radio sites for the voter and repeater sites.
I believe County Manager Patrick Cates has something to add also.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates. I just wanted to speak to the issue of the larger project, the amount of money that we need to complete all the upgrades. We're currently looking at infrastructure money that's available. I think there'll be some opportunities there for us to do future phases on this project. Debbie Swickard, our grant manager, has really done a great job in helping us move the needle and getting grant funds. And of course, with that infrastructure bill, there's a lot of money that's going to be available for several years, as well as the community grant process through our congressional delegation as well. So I think we've got some good opportunities there to be able to complete everything that was in the study over time. No guarantees, but those are the things we're eyeing to get that stuff done.
So by that comment, I would assume that you're looking at what they call the bipartisan infrastructure law that was passed. Okay. So yeah, Debbie Swickard in our CFO's office has become a very integral part of our community and our finance department. And so I spoke with her yesterday afternoon, as a matter of fact, working on this damage control or damage assessment anyways. So anyways, if any other questions by the commissioners? If not, we need to go to public comment then. So is there any public comment here in chambers?
Thank you, Commissioner Hales, for initially bringing up the issue of budget. Money's money. It doesn't matter where it comes from. I appreciate the due diligence of this board looking at it is a $10 million project. I also would like in the future when this comes back to see a map of where all these radio stations are needed, what the infrastructure looks like, so we have a better understanding even if we only have one person or one firm that comes through. I live in North County, other end of District 4, and we do have pocket issues as well, not taking away from TRE or anywhere else, but it would be nice to have a map, much like a real good map, so we really understand the locations where we do have issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none, Ms. Pablo, do we have public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item 4?
You betcha. Jason Gibson, the Maladministration Audit Committee for Douglas County. This item belongs in the Audit Committee. Like many of the expenditures or many of the items that the board is rodeoing through the budget, rolling into the budget, this actually belongs with the Audit Committee. That's where they take a overview of all of the detail and dynamic, and they're progressive. You see, they don't wait for bids. They call other counties, they call other cities, and they say, hey, how's it working for you? They call the vendor and they say, hey, who are your clients? Let's talk to those clients and see how's it working for them. You take a proactive, progressive, intelligent approach to a $10 million investment like this, but not in Douglas County. That's not what we do here. That's not how we do business. So the question that we have is, out of all of the American Rescue Funds, most of which are being allocated and dedicated towards law enforcement, utility upgrades, new buildings, capital investments, we noticed by looking at those reports that if any money has been set aside for actual American rescue or preparation for World War or for, say, an EMP or the loss of power. None of those monies are going towards their intended purpose, which is American rescue, which is recovering not only from COVID, but getting ready for the inevitable event. Now, everybody here knows the banking system's collapsing. And for the last year, we've informed the board about all the dynamics with the megatrends, which these folks are obviously fact resistant to. Those American rescue funds belong to the prepping organizations and to the people to get them ready for the most unprecedented transformation in the history of civilization. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. At this time, we don't have any additional public
Very
comment.
good. Bring it back to the board. Commissioners, any other additional questions for Mr. Johnson? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve this item.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve $414,750 in a contract with Don Cushing Associates Incorporated for engineering services as presented and authorized the city manager, the county manager, to sign the contract.
You're listening to Casey Gibson too closely. Do I have a second? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad to approve the $414,750 contract with Don Cushing Associates Incorporated as presented and authorize the county manager to sign the contract. Since no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. We will move to item number 5 for presentation only, presentation of the Douglas County procurement. Let's do that slowly. Procurement assessment prepared by Civic Initiatives, being presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Terry Willoughby, and I suppose a representative from Civic Initiatives. Is that what the
Yes.
item says?
Terry
Okay.
Willoughby for the record. We have Derek Davies from Civic Initiatives on. Civic Initiatives has a contract with the county that was approved by the board to do an assessment and then develop an interactive procurement process, speaking of competitive bidding. And as you may recall, the county eliminated the county's purchasing department, I think, in 2007. And so it was decentralized, but department heads were not really provided a lot of training at that time. Civic Initiatives only deals with government agencies. They act as an outsourced procurement department and provide technical expertise. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Derek as he's going to present the results of the assessment, which was the first part of their contract.
Good afternoon, Derek Davis, Director of Engagements and Chief Operating Officer for Civic Initiatives. Glad to be here to present this report to you all coming out of the procurement assessment we did with the county. We did a brief assessment, although fairly thorough in our interviews and in our document reviews. From that, hold on one second. Can you all see the presentation? I want to make sure of that.
Yes, we can do.
Yeah,
Thanks,
we
Derek.
can.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure. So a quick project overview, like Terry noted, we began with the procurement assessment. We're moving on. Currently, we're actively building right now the manual. And really what that is going to be is a central procurement office directed guide to the departments on the how-tos of procurement. So how to get through the process, what processes to use, decision trees to help them know what is needed to be done at what points based on dollar thresholds, type of procurement, et cetera. And then ultimately, once we finish that, we'll put that out into a web-based format and launch it so that everybody can have access to that information from the center. So like I said, the very first thing we did was the assessment, and I'm going to give you some quick overviews of what came out of that. So in our assessment, we looked at the interaction of the 4 key elements that we look at: people, policy, technology, and process, as related to the procurement practices of the county. So we took a full holistic view of all the different areas. We assessed the maturity of these elements in the practice areas that we have, and I'll show you those here in just a second. And then we leverage our methodology to identify the gaps that need to be addressed to establish a high-performing strategic procurement organization. So we're really trying to look for how to make procurement strategic. But obviously, with the county, we did keep in mind the fact that it is highly decentralized and tried to be balanced in our approach to our recommendations to make sure we didn't try to completely upend the way procurement is being done, but try to adapt some of the methodology and some of the leading practices into the model that is currently in place. When we look across 10 different work streams. So we look at organizational practices and procurement management practices. The 5 in organizational are policy, management, stakeholder engagement, workforce development, organizational design, and enterprise practices. On the management side, it's basically the cycle: planning, executing, administering, and then strategic contracting and integrity and controls. So within each of those, we look at each of those, we try to identify where you are, where we think you can be, what the gap is between that, and then come up with actionable projects and actions that can be taken by the county to improve or optimize the procurement processes and practices. Just to give you a feel for how much work was done, we met with all of these different folks to talk to them about different aspects of procurement, really trying to get a full 360 view of not just what's happening in the middle and at the center, but out in all the various departments out there. So once we did all the interviews, we then obviously had to say, what's a pragmatic target future for the county? We then took that, compared that against the findings, found the target, found the gaps, and then tried to compare and contrast the county against peer and industry leading practices. So we've done 40 to 50 of these different assessments across the nation, many at the state level, but a lot at the county level. And so we were able to bring all of that information to bear when we looked at what are the peer and leading practices to consider. And then we basically, like I said, develop recommendations, discrete actions to actually take to address and improve the practices. So I won't repeat this because I did it, but also just to add, we are members of NASPO and NIGP, which are 2 major national procurement organizations for public procurement, and the National Contract Administration, Contract Management Association, which also then looks at best practices for the back end of the process and contract management. So an executive summary of what we found. So I'm basically, each of these is the sort of the highlight takeaway from each of the 10 areas within the methodology. So for enterprise practices, procurement processes are not standardized across the county, and there's a general lack of understanding processes and roles. I will quickly pause here to say the manual will address a lot of that because it will provide both roles, responsibilities, and the how-tos to standardize the process across the board. Organizational design, there's limited staff of the Central Procurement Office confines its ability to be strategic and address countywide operational needs. Basically, when we were in the midst of our assessment, there were 2 folks in the Central Procurement Office, of which Terry was pretty much the main actor for the Central Procurement Office. Workforce development, there's no procurement or contract management training program at the county. I think that speaks for itself. Stakeholder engagement, there's a lack of a comprehensive aligned program to proactively engage procurement stakeholders. So basically what I mean by that is we have no sort of regular ability to talk to our procurement stakeholders, inform them of changes, policy changes, process changes, et cetera. They're just, everybody's just basically out there kind of on an island. Policy management, there's a need for a comprehensive procurement manual that clearly details processes, roles, and responsibilities in the procurement lifecycle for purchasing and contracting. Second. All right. Procurement planning. There's no defined procurement planning process that allows for the identification of high-risk key projects and strategic opportunities. In procurement execution, need to improve communication and needs to a broader supplier community to improve competition and limit sole source requests. I think this was evident by the last conversation you all had that the county struggles as it is to get suppliers to respond. We need to come up with a solution to find a broader supplier community to tap into. Contract administration, contract management as a practice is not a formalized concept at the county. Strategic contracting. There's a desire at the Central Procurement Office to increase capabilities for the execution of strategic contracting opportunities. On this one, we are working with Terry to try to get some of the departments together to start maybe creating a group of folks that can meet on a regular basis to talk about where are there opportunities to build strategic sort of countywide contracts that would help people to execute against their missions in a much more efficient and effective way. And then lastly, integrity and controls. Past events in the procurement space have led to increased compliance and governance for procurements that may need review and optimization to improve throughout. So really what this is saying is just not that the compliance and governance is bad. It may just need to be sort of evaluated for where is it happening in the process, and is there a better place or better timing on it to make sure that we're not, for instance, having folks go all the way through the process, get to the end, they messed up somewhere in the process, and now we're telling them at the end of the process rather than stopping them somewhere along the process to have said, are you sure you're going down the right path? And then basically then that led to a list of priority recommendations for the county, and we built those out in sort of a short-term, mid-term, and long-term implementation plan, which I'll leave up here. And this is pretty much the end of the executive summary. I can dig deeper into any of the highlights or any of these specific actions and projects that you'd be interested in talking about. But this is basically the end of the presentation from our side on the report.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive report. My tongue's not working today, is it? So very comprehensive report. This is a presentation item only, so we will not be going to public comment on this, but entertain observations, questions from the board. Commissioner Nosad?
Yes, I want to refer you back to discovery interviews completed. Looks like about a dozen people here. To what degree in detail did you go with say, public works, roads, maintenance, and transportation? That's pretty broad. Do these players, in this case Phil Rittger, did he give you any longer explanations of what his needs were, other than to say roads, maintenance, and transportation?
So the discovery interviews were more focused on, for that part of the project, we're more focused on the 10 spaces and really trying to understand how the county was executing the work, what was happening, what was the flow of things, where were there roadblocks and barriers to getting things done, really trying to understand more about the tactical of how things were flowing through. So not necessarily focused on needs, although a lot of conversations specifically noted the need for sort of ongoing strategic conversations about, like, we do similar things to this department, and maybe the two of us should work together to build a more comprehensive contracting approach to a particular type of procurement item. So
Actually, where I'm heading with this is customer requirements. There's going to be a software result here, right?
I'm Terry Willoughby, for the record. That will be, as you recall, one of the ARPA-funded projects was a new enterprise resource system for the county, and this work will be included in the requirements for a new computer system, correct?
So I want to go back to my project management days. First phase, customer requirements. You should take forever to find out exactly what the customer's expectations are for this software.
We would absolutely agree with you, sir.
Oh, so then I assume that after all this is completed, then you'll go into the software development.
Terry Willoughby for the record. This work will be a part of the other project as well.
All right,
Right
thank
now,
you.
we're trying, what happens a lot of times, if I could explain, is the departments do the purchasing, they submit a contract, and then finance gets it last. And then have to say, you really should have put that out to bid. It needs to be competitively bid. And by that time, they're ready to go, and and it's very hard to tell someone they have to start over. So we worked a lot on what departments know today and what they need to know and what resources we can provide them to get everyone up to speed.
Good description of customer requirements. Thank you.
Commissioner Hales?
I just really appreciated the report and the presentation, and that this feels like the right work to be doing, so thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Turkanian? Commissioner Rice? No. And I once again, I just said impressive report. So as we go forward with this, it's good. So thank you very much. I guess that's where we stand, right? It's 12:40, and we have some action items here. I don't know how long they're going to take, but it's been a couple hours since we took a break. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to say my two would be short if you were.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that, and then we'll take a 10-minute break for the facilities, right? Okay, good. Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Turk. Yeah.
My daughter's flying.
I didn't see the hand up. Okay,
Sorry.
very good. So we'll go into item number 6 then. Discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-016, allocating the first $300,000 in local county gaming license fees for the purpose of repairing, maintaining, or upgrading county facilities and technology. And in lieu of Ms. Cartwright, we're going to have our Chief Financial Officer do that, right?
Yes, Terry Willoughby for the record. Jenny's working on the budget right today, so.
Oh, goody.
Yes. And appreciate all of her help. This item is cleaning up an old resolution that was adopted in 1999, I believe, that allocated $300,000 of the local gaming license fees for technology projects. It was originally slated to go into the county's capital project fund, but many of the items technology items do not meet the actual technical definition of a capital asset, but they're still very valuable and needed. So we are just cleaning up the original resolution, which was a little messy, clarifying that still the board's intent to do this, and as well move it back into the general fund, which is a broader uses of funding. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
So you're telling me that this resolution hasn't been updated since 1999. So I appreciate you bringing it forward and cleaning up
Correct.
that.
We have a hard time sometimes finding it. Like, where's that?
Okay, commissioners, any questions of Ms. Willoughby on this? Okay, this is a action item, so we'll go to public comment on this. Is there any public comment here in chambers on this item? Sensing no comments on here in chambers, we'll go to public comment online. Ms. Pablo, is there any public comment available online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item 6?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Jason Gibson for the People's Coalition for Justice here in Douglas County. Once again, we see money allocated for technology, entertainment, equipment, upgrades, and little to nothing when it comes to basic utility assistance for the people, when it comes to basic humanitarian aid, basic facets of those of us who have invested 40 plus years into the county, all of these monies are being allocated towards more technology. We would be willing to bet if we did an audit, we would find that over 90% of the monies that are being administrated by this county go towards technology, capital investments, and salaries. The highest salary base in the state is being manipulated by the public servants who stand to benefit the most. They don't want just 100 slot machines or games per person. They want 200 games per person. And how this industry is able to thrive when you walk into these environments and you've got these, I mean, they're scarcely populated. For one, the people who are there at all odd hours of the night and day and are not healthy. They don't look healthy. And the video screens just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And if you stare at them for more than 10 minutes, your retinas pop out of your face. I mean, it's just the most unhealthiest environment to be reinvesting into. And it's just, again, part of the historic facet of misguided interests here in Douglas County and in Nevada, where you can have prostitution and gaming, but when it comes to culture and when it comes to creative alternatives to the history that you've given our kids, you don't have the vision. You're fact resistant. You're not with the program. You're killing our youth. You're destroying our youth. You have the highest suicide rate in the county, in the state of Nevada. Douglas County has the highest suicide rate amongst the youth. None of these programs are for the youth or for the people. You incarcerate more people in Nevada than you do all the NATO countries combined. And your answer is to invest in more entertainment and jail facilities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. At this time, we have no more online public comment.
I'm compelled once again for the dispensing of inaccurate information for the record to the public. I think it needs to be pointed out that in 2022, we had no juvenile suicides in our county, not one. So I don't understand how the comment is that we have the highest suicide rate amongst our youth in the state. So I would dispute that number, and it needs to be properly communicated to the public. So thank you. Anyways, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further questions of Ms. Willoughby in this regard, in Resolution 2023-R-016? Sensing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the presentation for the Douglas County Procurement Assessment prepared by Civic Initiatives as...
Wrong, next one.
Oh, the next one.
Next one, item 6.
You moved ahead of me. I'm sorry. All right. I move to accept the discussion, or correction, the resolution 2023-R-016, allocating the first $300,000 in local county gaming license fees for the purpose of repairing, maintaining, or upgrading county facilities and technology.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Noah Sad, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian to adopt Resolution 2023-R-016, allocating the first $300,000 in local county gaming license fees for the purpose of repairing, maintaining, or upgrading county facilities and technology. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And folks, when I indicate that I don't sense any, if there's any dissension, please stop me, okay? Don't let me go past that. Okay. So item number 7 is for possible action also, discussion to adopt Resolution 2023-R-017 to augment the fiscal year 2022-23 budgets in various funds for $719,759 funded from greater than anticipated opening fund balances of $568,495, greater than anticipated revenues of $125, and capital improvement reserves of $26,264 as presented, once again by our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Terry Willoughby.
Thank you, Terry Willoughby. For the record, the breakdown can be found on page 796 of the packet. The largest amount of this is $520,000 in the Tahoe Douglas Transportation District Fund for the microtransit. You approved the contribution, and this is just making the actual budgetary action. $26,495 in the town of Gardnerville capital projects to purchase a snowplow and increase reserves, which has already been approved by the town board. $22,000 in the town of Genoa to increase contract salaries for additional labor used during the candy dance, and that is being augmented from greater than anticipated candy dance revenues. And as well, in the Douglas County Water Fund, $26,264 to increase the project budget for the Sierra Shadows tank altitude valve project. The original project was $150,000, but unfortunately, quote, the actual bids came in higher. And the airport fund was augmented $125,000 from greater than anticipated air show project revenue. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Willoughby. Any commissioners, any questions of Ms. Willoughby on this item? Okay, then this is an action item once again, so we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment in chambers regarding this item? Sensing none here, Ms. Pablo, is there public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item 7?
You betcha. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Committee for Douglas County. During the course of the so-called Great Flood, the state report abandoned about a half a dozen people who were stuck in Carson City as a result of the state of emergency that was declared by Mark Gardner and the governor. And we would have the record show that the State Line Transit issued the same day that they discontinued the service, they updated their website and informed nobody. So nobody had the chance to to change their plans or to avoid the inevitable, which resulted in several people having to stay at a hotel or maybe having to stay in the streets. I don't know, but luckily one of my neighbors was on the rebound, and so I got a ride home. This transport that you're so fond of, first of all, none of the commissioners ride the bus, and they know very little about what's really going on. And there's a lot of things that Douglas County does really well, but efficiency is not one of them. You have 8 DART buses running around with maybe 1 or 2 people at any given time. And if you say a bus doesn't show, they just don't show up for whatever reason, you'll see 2 or 3 other buses in your neighborhood, and you'll try to flag them down on a safe shoulder of the road, and they will not stop for the light of day to pick anybody up unless they are in the system or part of a routine route. And it's absolutely ridiculous that you would have a driver who wouldn't show up for whatever reason, maybe as another state of emergency, or they just were tired and didn't show up, don't have enough drivers for that day, or whatever the excuse is. But then to have 3 buses go right by you who won't stop to pick a person up is just ridiculous. And here you are spending another $530,000 into another transit leg of the lake when you know that there's already 5 other transit systems related to hotels and motels and senior services and DART and everything else, and they're all running around empty. That's the kind of mentality we have representing Douglas County today. Just throw more money at it. We'll fix it. Just throw more money at it. I mean, thank goodness we had this previous presentation by this other outfit and basically revealing the obvious. And before Angles retired, he said that Douglas County only had an accounting department in the last 4 years. That should tell you right there that what's going on is not only white collar fraud, but is so illegal. And you don't want, they're just getting rich.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. You've exceeded your 3 minutes. Is there any additional public comment online, Ms. Pablo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We don't have any more online public comment.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any other questions of Ms. Willoughby? Then I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Hales. Commissioner Hales wanted, it looked like.
After you. Ladies first.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2023-R-017 to augment the fiscal year 2022-23 budgets as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to adopt Resolution 2023-R-017 to augment the fiscal year 2022 budgets, 22-23 budgets in various funds as presented. Any further discussion? No further discussion. And we will go for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And that passes 5-0. So thank you very much, Ms. Willoughby, for your presentation. And I think that's it, right? We're on number 8 now. And so if you don't mind, we'll take a 10-minute break here. It's 12:55 on my clock, so we'll return at 1:05. I think we're good if I have concurrence from the commissioners not to take a lunch break today. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm good with that as well. So take a 10-minute break, please.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
I'm sorry, but okay, so it's 1:07, so we're going to return in session. All 5 commissioners are present. So at this time, we will go into item number 8 for possible action, discussion and direction to staff regarding legislative or legislative issues. I'm not sure I understand that. Regarding legislative or legislative issues proposed by legislators or other entities permitted to fulfill or submit, permitted to submit bill draft requests that may impact Douglas County. The board may take action to take a position in support or opposition on pending legislation, including SB 81 and SB 213, or other bills included in the Douglas County Bill Tracker Report included with the board packet. This is being presented by County Manager Patrick Cates. Mr. Cates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I took my mask off because I think I'll be the last person at this table today. But for those who may be wondering, I came down with COVID last week and isolated, and CDC says I'm supposed to wear a mask in public until tomorrow. So not a fashion statement, although I have to say it nicely coordinates with my suit, so that was kind of nice.
We'll get you a gray plaid one to match your jacket.
Perfect, thank you. I don't have a PowerPoint today. My presentation is pretty brief. There's just a few bills that I wanted to talk about today. First of all, just review the timeline for the legislature. March 20th, which is next week, I believe that's next Tuesday, there is the deadline for legislators' bill introductions. So we are seeing a lot of bills get introduced right now. We're still going through the process of analyzing those bills. On March 27th, there's a deadline for other bills to be introduced. So these would be committee bills primarily. Also, there are some bills that are exempt, which tend to be bills with fiscal impact, so they don't adhere to these deadlines. So we're deep in the thick of it. We should see all the bills that we're going to see come out for the most part over the next couple of weeks. And then April 14th is the next pressing deadline. That is the deadline for a bill to come out of committee. So it has to be approved by a committee or it dies. And again, there are exempt bills that do not adhere to those deadlines. There's one bill that I wanted to mention that I didn't have in the agenda because it's just recently come up. And that's SB 51. I'm not going to ask the board to take any action because we haven't agendized it. I just want to make you aware of it. SB 51 is a bill from Nye County, and it addresses the pay of county commissioners for Nye County. And what they are seeking to do is to have a maximum cap that commissioner pay can be adjusted up to. And that way it would be up to a board of county commissioners to decide to increase that pay. Currently, the legislature has to act each session in order to adjust those pays. I mentioned this bill. It is specific to Nye County. This week, NACO testified before the committee, I believe this is Senate Government Affairs, about a friendly amendment to the bill to make it apply to all counties. So if that amendment is accepted, it would mean for Douglas County that the maximum threshold for county commissioner pay would be $50,000. Again, it's permissive language. It would be totally up to this board if the board wanted to do that, assuming this bill is amended and then passes. Currently, commissioner pay is just over $30,000 a year. So I think there's a lot of angst, I guess I would say, on the part of local governments and the legislators to have the legislature meet and pass bills every time they want to adjust pay for elected officials. So this would allow a range and would give the authority to county commissions. I don't know if you have any questions on that. I just wanted to make you aware of it. I did tell Mary Walker, our lobbyist, She asked if she could speak in support of this bill, and I told her to go ahead and do that, understanding that this board had not weighed in on that, and to make sure that that was clear. But given the timing of it, I wasn't able to come forward to this board. But anyway, happy to answer any questions on that bill before I move on.
I do have a couple of questions, Mr. Cates, on that one. Sitting on the NACO board also, we've reviewed a number of and it's my understanding that the state legislature hasn't adjusted those amounts for, when was the last time? Am I right in saying 2016 would be accurate, or?
I don't recall the exact date. It has been a while. That sounds about right. Yeah.
And I believe there's a NACO bill that is somewhat of a competing bill that would also raise the salaries of other elected officials in the county, assessor, recorder, clerk treasurer, sheriff, DA, the elected officials.
That is correct. Yes, there is another bill that addresses more broadly elected officials.
And I think that's a NACO sponsored bill, if I'm not mistaken, but maybe not.
I don't recall. I can't remember if that was NACO sponsored or not.
So I'm just curious about how that bill would conflict with this bill, because I believe that bill also includes county commissioners and gives the opportunity for the counties themselves. I don't know if there's a limit on there, but the counties themselves, so that counties can basically opt out. I know Mineral County and other smaller counties by population don't necessarily have the revenue that would justify or the needs.
Correct.
I would ask that we perhaps take a look at how those two bills collaborate or come together, so that we're not really necessarily competing. But I think it's, in talking with our elected officials, I think it's time that we recognize their need also to have some increases in their salaries, because I know that some of those salaries of their employees are almost getting to the point where they're over their compensation is actually overcoming some of our elected officials' compensation. So
yes,
I know that's a concern.
Yes, for the record, Patrick Cates, that's correct. I can provide some more information on that other bill at our next meeting. I do know that there's ongoing discussions and negotiations about reconciling all of that, and this is all before the same committee. So, to the extent bills conflict, they'll work that out. And I know they're also talking about district judges and the Supreme Court as well, and wanting to make sure that that is part of that. I'm confident they'll come out with something that's uniform for all of those elected offices.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, so do you had more to report on besides that, or do you?
I have a couple other bills to talk about, but that I just wanted to give you a chance to ask any questions about SB 51. The next bill I want to talk about is on the agenda, and you did take a position on this bill previously. This is SB 81. This board took a position to oppose SB 81. This is Senator Daley's bill that deals with regional planning. And just to review, the current state of law is that the 5 county managers from the northwestern region counties, Elko, Lyon, Carson City, Story, and Douglas, we all meet once a year and discuss regional planning issues, and we do a report to the legislature. It was a bill that Senator Daley got passed a couple sessions ago when he was in the Assembly. I think the consensus among all the counties that it's a bunch of busy work. The counties do cooperate together when they have, common development issues on each other's borders or whatnot. But he wants, in his bill, he wants to change that so that this annual meeting includes not only those 5 counties, but also incorporated cities. So that would include City of Fernley, Sparks, and Reno as well. And he wanted legislators on that committee to have a vote about what that report looks like. When the bill was introduced, there was not any support for the bill. It was uniform opposition. Since that time, what I want to update you on is that there have been ongoing discussions with Senator Daley about possible amendments to that bill. One of those amendments that NACO has been spearheading would remove the cities from the bill, and it would retain legislators. There would be 4 legislators, 2 appointed by Republican leadership and 2 appointed by Democratic leadership, and they would not have a vote, but they would be present during those meetings. Currently, Washoe County, my understanding, is supportive of that amendment. Their goal is to get the cities out of it, so they're supportive of that amendment. Lyon and Story counties continue to be opposed even to that amendment. And based on this board's action, that's what I have communicated as well, that we continue to be opposed. I have a little bit of mixed feelings about that because when you're working with legislators and legislation and you have a bill that you're opposed to, generally the course of action that you want to take is to get it amended to do the least amount of harm. And in my opinion, what this amendment does is maintain the status quo. We continue to meet, we continue to do our reports. The only difference is there'd be some legislators in the room who would have no say in what that report looks like. I don't think that's that bad, but I don't want to break ranks with our fellow counties that we participate in the legislative coalition with Lyon and Story. So based on that, I'm going to recommend that we continue to be opposed even to that amendment, but there's some risk in that. Just outright opposing a legislator bill can turn around and bite you in some other way. Legislators don't like that when somebody won't work with them to try to amend a bill. The other thing I would say about that is I've been approached by Carson City on the possibility of seeking to have Douglas and Carson City excluded entirely from the bill. Reason being, most of what seems to be generating this interest in this has a lot more to do with Washoe County, City of Sparks, the development in Story County, and now Lyon County is also pursuing a lot of industrial development and about sharing resources and who's bearing what cost. And it doesn't necessarily directly apply to us down here. While I do think that is generally true, again, I don't really want to break ranks with Story and Lyon because we work together with them on legislation. And while we might be a little bit of a sideshow on this issue, we need each other on a lot of issues. And I have so far told Carson City that I would not be interested in supporting that. But I'm here to talk to this board about it. And if you want to change tack and support either of those approaches, I'm all ears. Thank you.
Mr. Cates, I just had a couple questions on that one. Your initial indication of the 5 counties, you said Elko County, and I thought it was Washoe County. Am I mistaken on that?
I apologize. I may have misspoke. It is Washoe, Lyon, Story, Carson City, and Douglas.
That's what I thought. So I just wanted to, I thought I heard that, and I just wanted to clarify that it's not Elko, but it's Washoe County.
Yes.
And I know that we've discussed this in our legislative conferences with Story and Lyon County. And I guess the thought process there is that the chairman of the Senate is Senator Daley, right? Anyways, I guess he wants to. Maybe I shouldn't go there. I won't. I guess what you're suggesting, if I'm not mistaken, is that while we voted to oppose it, maybe we shouldn't take a real active process in opposing it. Is that what you're telling us, or are you suggesting maybe we change our position on that?
My recommendation is that we maintain our solidarity with Lion and Story. And should those boards change their position on this amendment, I'd like permission to follow suit. Maybe it's reasonable to go neutral, but I don't want to do that unless they do it. I don't want to break ranks with them.
Commissioners, any other questions in regard to this?
I think I understand this. So right now you're mandated to have a meeting, which has not really been all that productive. And if this bill passed with the amendment, you'd be mandated to have that meeting, which is not really all that productive, with some legislators. I just really don't see the harm in that. I'd rather agree with something that's harmless than be vulnerable. But I like not breaking ranks, so maybe work with them to say, who cares?
Right.
Mr. Rice, you had some comments?
Yes, sir, I do. I've talked to my counterparts in Lyon and Story, and they are afraid that this bill is putting the camel's nose under the tent. There's other things that they're trying to accomplish, such as, in their opinion, qualify everything these days. The larger counties want a piece of the pie that is the Tesla and Panasonic and everybody else that's going out there. The feeling is that they're having to do all of the infrastructure and everything. They're getting nothing from it. Well, except they are getting a whole lot from it because all of those paychecks are being spent in those areas, not in Story and in Lyon, who have to do the infrastructure for the basis for these companies do exist. And they are concerned that this is just the camel putting his nose under the tent, and then that's what the true intent is. I will not do not wish to break ranks with my counterparts in those counties, and I will not.
You're only one vote. I'm with you, though, so you got two now.
Yeah, okay. Commissioner Nossad, did you have any comments on this? Beyond that, Mr. Tarkanian, do you have any comments on this?
You got to show some loyalty to the people that you can be dealing with long term.
Yeah.
And I agree with the rationale Commissioner Rice had just stated.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay. So what's the feeling here amongst the board? Just kind of an ad hoc vote here, just not break ranks right now and watch this thing? Or?
I'm good with that, but I would like Patrick to have the flexibility to deal with this situation as it unfolds.
What's the anticipated timeline on this thing unfolding? I mean, I kind of concur with what Commissioner Hales is saying, is that perhaps we need to give you that flexibility. But
for the record, Patrick Cates, so we don't know when the bill would come back up. It had an initial hearing, so the next step would be a workshop where amendments would be discussed. That has not been scheduled yet. It would have to occur sometime between now and the April 14th deadline for it to be passed out of committee. And if I could, Mr. Chairman, just to add, because Commissioner Rice's comments made me think of some other, I think, some important points. Senator Daley has stated in meetings that it is his intent that long-term there be some sort of regional planning organization. There is also discussion, I believe separate legislation, to have a regional fuel tax that would fund improvements on I-80. That is not the subject of this bill, but I think that concern is the underlying resistance that we all have to that, and it really takes away a lot of autonomy and authority from county commissions who are supposed to be the regional planners.
And I think I've expressed to you before how protective I am of Douglas County's autonomy as a county, and not ceding control of planning or any other aspects of our county to any other entity. So I'm very concerned about what you just said. Commissioner Rice?
I would suggest that we have a motion, or I would be comfortable making the motion that we continue to not support that bill, with the caveat that if the other counties involved change their positions, that our county manager has the authority to go with them.
I don't think this is the time yet for a motion, because after we have his report, we have to go to public comment and then bring it back to the board, and then we can offer those types of motions. Okay, but we'll keep it in your brain.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments? I think you're not done with your report, right? So you can please continue.
Thank you. For the record, Patrick Cates. The next bill I want to talk about is SB 213. So SB 213 came out. I think it came out the same day as our last meeting became public. So this bill concerns room taxes. This bill is very specific and written in such a way that it applies to Douglas County. The folks behind this piece of legislation is the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. The purpose of the bill is aimed at our 1% transient lodging rental tax that we use for transportation projects in the Tahoe Township. This is the same 1% that we've been talking about to fund microtransit, the same 1% that the board approved funding for the Kale Drive project. What this bill would do would be to take that money from the county and give it lock, stock, and barrel to the Visitors Authority. We would essentially become a pass-through entity like we are with a lot of other room tax and give it all to them. My understanding is that the Visitors Authority worked on this legislation as a backup plan if this board did not allocate any funding for microtransit. It is also my understanding that because of the actions that this board has taken in allocating $520,000 and doing an interlocal, that they no longer wish to see this this bill go forward. Furthermore, we had Commissioner Hills and I had meetings set up with the Government Affairs Committee, which is where this bill was referred, to confirm with them and to tell them our concerns and confirm with them whether or not this bill was dead. That morning when we were supposed to meet, we got a call from Senator Flores's office, who's the chairman of the committee, saying that the bill was dead, it wasn't going to be introduced, and there was no need to meet. That was yesterday morning. After hours yesterday, we received a letter from Chairman Flores, which I included in the record, and you should have copies of, basically confirming that this bill is dead. So that's good news. I'm disappointed that that came about. But it is dead, and I do want to thank Commissioner Hales for her work on this as well. She did a lot behind the scenes to try to figure out what was going on with this bill and to kill it. And it does seem dead. I think it leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but that's where we are. So happy to answer any questions on that.
I know Commissioner Tarkanian has questions, so please, please do. Yep. No,
Thank you. First of all, this was nothing more than a bully threat to us, and I'm just so disappointed that it would get to this point. But let me ask something just from a basic standard, and maybe Doug Ritchie has to answer this. TDVA gets a lot of money from the TOT taxes that is used for the promotion of tourism. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So what legal authority would a senator have to say, okay, now we're going to give a tourism agency the authority to determine transportation issues in a county. Has that ever happened before? Would that give them legal authority to do so?
Well, I think in terms of the legislature can pass whatever laws they want, and if they can get votes for it, they could do that. I'm not aware of a visitor's authority be giving transportation authority.
Some things, there is legal parameters that the legislature can pass, or they have unconstitutional bills. That's why we have judges, and we have state judges. And, they very well may be able to. I saw Mr. Ritchie shaking his head like he thought they could. I just don't believe a non-elected agency can, and I can understand they were created to promote tourism, so they're going to get certain monies that the legislature approves for tourism. But how does that make this unelected tourism agency experts on the transportation in a county and take that away from the elected officials? Again, it's probably it is a mute issue, at least at this point, but they can come and threaten us again with it. I'd just like to know how that's possible.
Chairman, if I may. Thank you, Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As the County Manager, Patrick Cates, indicated, the legislature can do it. It'd be against abuse of discretion under normal legislative standard, or if it's a constitutional claim, it'd be rational basis. If our elected representatives believe that a visitor's authority can manage transportation in the Tahoe Basin better than the county commissioners, that's what they will do.
It's a question I would have is, this letter is directed towards Douglas County for a specific item. This would be selective legislation on one specific county, basically on one specific item. So if you're telling me that the legislature can pass laws saying, hey, a visitor's authority is smart enough and experienced enough and discretion enough to make transportation issues, then why wouldn't the Las Vegas Visitors Authority then be able to make all transportation issues directed towards them? But why would they be forced to why would they have to take the money from the county of Clark or the city of Las Vegas and make those decisions if they're going to take it from Douglas? And do you think the city of Las Vegas and Clark County is going to allow that to happen?
Chairman, if I may. Doug Ritchie again for the record. The actual proposed legislation is more broad than that. It may be targeted at Douglas County. Well, notwithstanding what Senator Flores put in his letter, looking at SB 213, it's more broad than that. And as far as what Clark County and Washoe County would do, I think you're right. I think they may have something to say about this.
So
I'm being a dead horse with them along.
I don't,
Guy from Las Vegas who's going to come up and tell us that he knows more of what's important from the transport. You know what? And he hasn't even looked into the fact. Does he know how far, how much of the geographics they come into the microtransit? No, he doesn't. Does he know how many people travel? No, they don't. We try to make decisions based upon the facts. We had a lot of different hearings on it. I thought we came up with a good conclusion. This just infuriates me they would do it, but it's 1:30. I'll leave my infuriation alone.
So, Commissioner Tarkanian, yes, County Manager Patrick Cates made us aware of this possible bill. It was a BDR, I believe, that was proposed on the very day of our last Board of Commissioners meeting 2 weeks ago, and we vigorously worked with our assigned state legislatures, our state senator and our state assemblyman, in working towards, and it was very disappointing to me, especially that when I call our state assemblyman or our state senator that have jurisdiction, they're supposed to be our representatives, right? And they knew nothing about this, and that's extremely disappointing to me as well. And I agree with, I'm hesitant to put it on the record, but I guess you've already gone down that road of when you look at that letter, there's a lot of information in there that I am absolutely convinced as a person that Mr. Flores was fed all of that information, was not personally aware of all of those aspects. And so all of that is extremely troubling. And to my knowledge also, and maybe Commissioner Rice can back me up on this, but this item was proposed by TDVA without even going through that board, which is extremely disappointing, extremely troubling, I would say, for this board, that we have a member that sits on that board and knew nothing about this as it went forward.
That's another great question. How can they do that? How can TVA?
I guess they can do just about anything they want to, which is extremely troubling.
They don't. We have certain requirements in government.
Yeah. Commissioner Noasat, you're...
Bottom line on this thing, in my estimation, is SB 213 was pulled because of $520,000.
Good observation. I don't want to, I can't dispute it. I cannot dispute it. Commissioner Hales, did you have anything to say on this? No. We're all disgusted about it, I'm sure. So anyways, hopefully we don't have to come back to this board and oppose this, because as Senator Flores is indicating, it's going to be scuttled. So, but we will hold our position in abeyance until we understand that absolutely cannot go before the Senate and progress. So I guess that's kind of the action that you're asking us to take is no action at this time based on his letter. Okay, so anyways, okay. You have further items that you wish to discuss? No, okay. So you're done with your report, okay? And of course, we track these bills. The Carson Water Subconservancy, tracks the bills that pertain to water. We really appreciate your activities in tracking the bills that might affect Douglas County, and we work with our county coalition of Story and Lyon and Douglas County and the Walkers on that, and then we sit on the NACO board also. So we're watching all of this that might affect and have certainly negative impacts on Douglas County, more so than just the ones that might have positive impacts. But we don't want any damage done to our county based on what these people are doing 30 miles up the road, right? So anyways, thank you once again. We have to go to public comment. This is an action item. So at this time, I'll entertain public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board after that. And I believe Commissioner Rice had something to offer when we come back.
Hi, I'd like to thank County Manager Cates for tracking all of these things. I'm here specifically today for SB 213. I'm not going to be as nice as you people have today. Glad the bill is pulled. I am outraged and infuriated. A group of people who are residents and representatives of many Tahoe groups have shamefully proceeded with an action to request to take funding out of your jurisdiction. It's inconceivable and unconscionable to believe that such an action took place with no jurisdictional knowledge or authority and little to no repercussions that I know of yet. At the very least, this board should be looking closely at the representatives that willfully participated in this sham. This is a hand slap from a senator. It's embarrassing to me as a Douglas County resident that we got our hands slapped over $500,000, $520 to be correct for the record. In researching some of this, the BDR was actually dated December 2022. So this has been floating around as a BDR for a while. No disrespect for anybody for not catching it, but it's been out there. I think it got thrown forward during our negotiations and contemplated back then as TDVA was struggling to get us to sign up. In my previous comments, you saw that they thought in 2000 it was a slam dunk, 600,000. They could function with that until they got their event center up and running. I'm going to read a little information of the existing law, NRS 244.3351. In a county in which the additional 1% tax has been imposed, the proceeds of the tax must, under certain circumstances, And that's the key right there. Be retained by the county and used with the boundaries of a transportation district. It's intended, and I'm now not reading directly, for streets, avenues, boulevards, highways, bridges. Further, if a county is in a bi-state, I won't read it exactly because there's too many words here and I'm going to lose time. It can go for operating and maintaining a public transit system. This is a pilot program. It is not a public transit system that is fully operating, and I'm hoping that Senator Flores has been fully educated that Douglas County has done their fair share in trying to understand this process, and we are not responsible for the condition of the TRPA permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weller. Any additional public comment here in chambers? Sensing none. Ms. Pablo, do we have public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We have two people with their hand raised. Elizabeth, do you have public comment on item 8?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name for the record, and we will start your time.
Good afternoon. Elizabeth Learnhardt, Zephyr Cove. I will address SB 213 since I've been intimately involved in it. When I called on this body last month to reconsider your donation of 50% of last year's transient occupancy tax to the Douglas County Visitor Authority microtransit, only Commissioner Novosad agreed to the correct amount of $50,000. Yet the board approved a 43% augmented fund without further explanation of the mathematics. Now that the Senate Bill SB 213 was read, stipulating 100% of the TOT to being automatically given to the TDVA, you all of a sudden are upset, realizing the consequences of squandering tax money on out-of-state projects. As clearly stated by the county CFO, Ms. Willoughby, the county would not only lose 100% of the TOT, it would also provide free accounting and collecting services for the TDVA. Grabbing the whole amount of $1.2 million per year far exceeds the stipulated 0.5 to 1%. The stipulation also does not specify the location of the microtransit. Why does it not include all of Zephyr Cove, Cave Rock, and Kingsbury? Looking at TDVA's agenda, it simply recirculates the tax to the owners of the new event center. Why is the county going forward going to be held at gunpoint by TDVA being subjected to these bills? Surprisingly, this bill was completely off the radar when board voted last month, despite the fact that I saw it on Nellis being entered on 12/10/22 by the Senate Committee of Government Affairs, Senators Goycochea, Hansen, Dodder-Aloop, Oren Shalanil. Why is Commissioner Rice not warned the board what was happening? Surely, as the TDVA secretary, he must have been aware what was going on with this bill. And why did he insist this bill will not become law when it already received a hearing last Monday? Surely his voting on the microtransit was a conflict of interest and should have prompted a recusal by him. Thank you.
Ms. Pablo, is there an additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have one more person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on item 8?
You betcha. Jason Gibson with the Maladministration Audit Committee here in Douglas County. Thank you, Elizabeth. I couldn't have said it better myself. We can be reached at 775-309-126. Example of how the maladministration practices of this board have now resulted in more than just will be a reoccurring theme that gathers steam into the legislative sessions of 2023. Clearly, NOAASAT is supposed on the audit committee, and that the audit committee is dysfunctional and impotent because these issues should be hashed over within the board's norms and procedures of that audit committee. But that's not how these boys do business. furthermore, with regards to comments made by Patrick Cates, Mr. Cates mentioned more salary increases for public servants. Now, granted, our county commissioners are underpaid, but they've just obviously showed us that they're not really worth much more than they're getting. But we deserve better, and so we need to attract a higher caliber of leadership, obviously. And you got to start paying these people. To have a commissioner make $24,000 a year when the manager of the county is making $208,000 and the district attorney is making $180,000 and the sheriff's making $150,000. Obviously, there's a great divide in the in the county's interest when it comes to more of a holonomic managerial understanding of things. You can definitely see the disparity of interests and how they pan out. So with regards to more pay increases for public servants, notice how in the budget or the payroll from December 23rd to January 4th, I think, a 2-week period, most employees only worked 8 days a week. During a 2-week period, they got full salary and they got Christmas bonuses. These people are getting rich hand over fist, driving the cost, skyrocketing the cost of living for the rest of us. And the bottom line is that they plan on running out those of us who consider this to be our homelands. And that's exactly what you're doing. And we're going to stop you. And then we're going to come for your personal property. Just like in the movie, the Robin Hood movie, back in the old days, the first will be last and the last will be first. That's a promise.
Thank you. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have someone else with their hand raised. Philip, do you have public comment on item 8?
Yes, I do. For the record, my name is Philip Schloss, S is Sam, CHLOSS. I live in State Line, Nevada. And I just wanted to generally discuss about the agenda, that I think any Senate bill or Assembly bill that comes to you not having been discussed by the committee, or at least to the committee, and not just read before the committee, I think that's the appropriate time for it to become to the commissioners to then have a discussion and take action on that. And then with regard to how 213 came about, the one thing I want to report, Clark County was also affected by this bill to $256 million. And we're affected, which is quite a sum for our county, let's just call it $1.2 million. And what concerns me is the fact that it doesn't seem that anybody there was concerned about what the chief financial officer had to say about this bill. And basically what she said was, and I quote her, not me, would have a devastating impact. And I want to repeat, devastating impact on the transportation priorities for Douglas County. And she was on to say the current uses of these funds include the US 50 revitalization project allocation, $300,000 a year. That is a very expensive project, which from what I've been able to research, at over 10 or 20 years, it's going to cost about $500 million to complete. So the Tahoe Transportation District Service, $50,000 a year. The rental transient facilities, $35,000 a year. Snow removal, $30,000 a year. Senior transport for medical and recreation. Meals on Wheels and programs for seniors, $30,000 meal. A Tahoe ski bus for local youth. And a microtrans funding for TDVA. So that's where TDVA gets their money from us. Oh, and by the way, we're not responsible for that. The TDVA is responsible for microtransit, not us, not the county. The only reason how the county comes by this is because they agreed to have a compact with TDVA to fund them. And as you know, we discussed multiple times, is that's only 0.5% that under that compact that we have to give to them, or we're committed to give them, which Commissioner Novak was the only one that came up with the correct number. And so further on, she goes on to say, here are the planned uses of these funds. We already said that. Let me see, the Lake Parkway pavement project, $2.7 million, and then other rehab programs needed in Tahoe Township, which, by the way, East Cahill Drive has been in need of rehab for the last 10 years. 2.5 years ago, I brought this up to Commissioner Rice, and to this date, still nothing has been discussed about that, except for there's a promise from the feds of maybe a grant, which maybe in another 2 to 3 months we may even find out about that. And so then, now again, she brings up that the voluntary contribution to the TDVA for future microtransit systems, and it's up to $600,000 a year. And once again, I want to reiterate
Mr. Sloss, I'm sorry, but you've exceeded your 3 minutes, so I appreciate your comments, but we must move on. Ms. Pablo, is there any additional public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk, for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. Thank you. I think when we bring it back to the board, I think Commissioner Rice indicated he had a desire to introduce a motion, so I think this is the appropriate time to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that this board not support SB 81 with the caveat that if the other participating rural counties change their position, that our county manager has the ability to go ahead and support in agreement with them.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Tarkanian, that this board continue with its support of opposition of SB 81 unless our adjoining counties involved change their position on that. Is that right? Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay. Sensing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion
Can
passes.
can I make a motion on Senator Flores now?
Motion passes 5-0. Did you have an additional motion or? Okay. Okay, very good. I think then, once again, I think we're very, the proof is in the pudding. And so we'll see what happens with SB 213, and we hope that we can trust those entities that have written these letters. We'll make sure that item does not come forward, but we need to keep a watchful eye on that, I think, right? So thank you. Thank you for your report, Mr. Cates. At this time, then, we'll go to item number 9 for possible action. Discussion to appoint a member of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners to serve as a liaison between Douglas County and the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority and the South Shore Transportation Management Association regarding the microtransit system in the Tahoe Township of Douglas County. I asked for this item to be on the agenda, and the purpose of that was that I think it's important that, and Commissioner Hales actually brought this forward as a condition of our allocation of $520,000 to microtransit. And so I guess my attitude is, Commissioner Hales, be careful what you ask for, because if you've been involved in helping draft that resolution or that commitment, and I think it'd be good to have a second set of eyes and ears on that board. So I'm hoping that you're willing to take on that role on behalf of this board. Any other commissioners have any? I could see you wanting to make a comment. Press the button and go.
I just wanted to clarify, I think we're just talking about the South Shore Transportation Management Association because Commissioner Rice is the representative on TDVA. Is that right?
I think you're correct in that assessment because we don't have any authority to add a second person to that board, right? So, Commissioner Rice?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I talked with the county manager, and he was going to change the wording of the recommended motion. However, some bug called COVID got into his head, and he was unable to do that. So when we make the motion, it should be that the commissioner serve as a liaison between Douglas County and the South Shore Transportation Management Association regarding collaboration with the microtransit system in the Tahoe Township of Douglas County.
Okay. No, we can't
We're
go
not
to a
ready for a
motion. It's, we're in discussion phases right now on that, and then we'll go to public comment. If there's no further comments or questions by the board, then we'll go to public comment on this, and then bring it back to us for direction. So at this time then, sensing no further comments, we'll go to public comment. Is there any public comment here in chambers on this item? Mr. Cates, I thought you were reaching towards your microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. Commissioner Rice's statement is correct. I was going to reword that agenda item. Just to be clear, the South Shore Management Association, as I understand it, does not currently have a seat for one of our commissioners. What this is for is to have a liaison from the commission to dialogue with them to get us there.
Well, I will say that they believe their bylaws do call for a Douglas representative.
Okay.
And their agenda tomorrow has action to make an appointment to their board.
Okay, well, I stand corrected. Thank you.
I also believe that when we pass that motion to enter into that interlocal agreement 2 weeks ago, that it indicated that we would have a seat on that board, a voting member of that board, and that's what we passed. That's what this board passed in order to allocate $520,000. So I think that's what we've authorized already. So, anyways, just for clarification, we'll go to public comment then.
James McCallum, for the record, that is my memory of what happened. And I think it's great that we're going to do that right away. We're spending money for that. Let's be represented on that board. I was going to say something, but you clarified that, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Glad we could do that.
Ellie Waller, for the record, I want to thank Ms. Hales for stepping up, Commissioner Hales for stepping up and taking on this responsibility. I also have the agenda for the meeting tomorrow, where it's agendized to actually accept the nomination by this board to have Commissioner Hales serve. So I was glad to see that ahead of coming here. So the intent is actually being followed through. And I think it's very important that we have a seat at the table and not just a pass-through. Based on 2 years of meeting minutes I've read, and did have in a previous comment to you that in 2020, the SSTMA, South Shore Transportation Management Authority, stated they had the 600 in the bag and that should get them to their opening in July. They decided to pilot the program before the event center was open. It wasn't required. The condition was when the event center opened. All these little facts, the devil's in the details, make these kinds of decisions for who should sit, why we should even be there, very pertinent. And sometimes we can't find everything. I'll be the first one to say, raise my hand. If I'm wrong, correct me. But there is a lot more data out there than sometimes comes through in staff reports or in individual boards and committees people are at. There are pieces of those minutes that could be part of our staff reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. I don't see anybody else. Ms. Pablo, is there any public comment on Zoom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk, for the record. We do have one person with their hand raised. Elizabeth, do you have public comment on item 9?
Can you hear me?
We can. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. respectfully, commissioners, I appreciate that Commissioner Hales is taking on that duty. I don't understand why we need a second commissioner, and I think the record should reflect that there is already a commissioner in the person of Mr. Rice sitting on that committee, and I don't understand why he could not perform in the past some of the function you are delegating to Commissioner Hales with. I think we should have had representation as TWVA in the past, and I'm disappointed that this has been lacking in the past, and I'm looking forward to a better representation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leinhardt. Additional public comment, Ms. Pablo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. There is no further public comment online.
Very good. We'll bring it back to the board. I want to clarify what Ms. Leinhardt said. Nevada revised statutes designates that the Board of County Commissioners of Douglas County appoints one member of that board to the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, and only one. Okay, this is a separate entity, the South Shore Transportation Management Association, in which when we entered into the interlocal agreement 2 weeks ago, part of that agreement was that we would also sit one of our commissioners on that board. So that's what this process is all about right now. My recommendation was that since Ms. Hales helped develop that particular interlocal agreement, that she would be the person to sit on that board. But that's just my feeling. That still needs a motion to this board to that effect, if that's the way the board wishes to go. So is there any other discussion in that regard?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Rice.
You are correct. I 4 years ago was a member of the South Shore Transportation Management Association, and the bylaws were changed, removing the, to the best of my recollection, I now have to qualify everything so that I'm not accused of being a liar. So, to the best of my recollection, the South Shore Transportation Management Association changed their bylaws, removing the member from Douglas County Board of Commissioners from their executive board. Having said that, I am ready to make a motion.
If there's no further discussion, please do.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Commissioner Hales to serve as the liaison between the Douglas County and the South Shore Transportation Management Association regarding collaboration on the microtransit system in the Tahoe Township of Douglas County.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Rice, seconded by Commissioner Noasad, to have Commissioner Hales serve as the liaison between Douglas County and the South Shore Transportation Management Association. Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you for your offer to serve on that board. If you need assistance, or you can't make it a meeting, I'll be glad to fill in on that. Commissioner
I don't want to break Commissioner Rice's bubble, but even if you qualify it, they're still going to accuse you of being a liar.
Very pertinent observation, Commissioner Tarkadian. You're right. Okay, so we've dispensed with item number 9. We'll go into item number 10 for possible action, discussion on the adoption of Resolution 2023R-025, revising the Board of County Commissioners norms and procedures. Mr. Cates, did you have anything to add to that? Okay, I think we beat that subject up to a pulp over the last 3 months. I think we started in January, and here we are in middle of March. But anyways, does any commissioner wish to add anything to that? Are we ready to go to public comment on that? Commissioner Hales?
I have 3 things. not to add.
Say, because if you're going to add an amendment to that, then this has to come back to us again, so.
Oh, like we can't change this at all?
Nope. Right, Commissioner, or Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. It's agendized for the adoption of the resolution. We can change the wording. Obviously, if there's substantial changes, I would prefer bringing it back, but if there's just a few changes, I think I could make those, and then the motion could approve the resolution as amended, if the board is so inclined.
I stand corrected. Okay.
Shall I cover my three things? There's one incomplete sentence that I already spoke to Mr. Ritchie about. And that was on page 845 at the top. And then my second one is at page 846 of the board packet. I would suggest that the word offensive be changed to derogatory.
Okay, can we address each one individually?
Sure.
You're looking at page 845, the very first paragraph?
Correct.
Okay, commissioners should allow everyone's opinion to be heard and respected, even if they do not win the vote or prevail on the issue. Strive for a win-win situation by respecting diverse opinions. And how did you want to change that?
That second one needs a noun.
What's that now?
Commissioners should strive for a win-win situation by respecting diverse opinions.
Oh, just add the words commissioners should strive.
Right.
Okay. I don't think that's a substantial correction, right, Commissioner, Mr. Ritchie? Yeah. Okay.
And then the second point is on page 846, B3. Right now it reads, commissioners will avoid offensive comments or personal attacks of other commissioners during public meetings, in the press, or any other time. And to me, derogatory would be a better word than offensive, because people can be offended by all kinds of things. But derogatory is, you know.
You've noticed. Okay, so you want to change the word. It's just a change of word of offensive to derogatory. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Once again, commissioners, you have any problems? I think.
I don't agree with it, but.
What, derogatory? Or the whole comment?
It could be derogatory. I made my points on this before, and it wasn't accepted by the board, but that's fine. Any of these words you use can be interpreted how you want it to be used. If you state something that someone may not like, they'll say, well, that's being derogatory about me. That's being offensive about me. That's being unkind about me. But if you're being honest about them, then there should be nothing wrong with it.
That one's not a hill to die on. I don't care that much about that one.
But I don't agree with offensive either, so you could have whichever one you want.
All right, well then.
I would almost, I don't know. I'm looking at that whole paragraph, and I'm not sure I like the entire paragraph, honestly. Any thoughts about eliminating that?
I like it. I think these are norms. These are things that we should conduct ourselves by, and I think that we should conduct ourselves by not being, you can criticize positions respectfully, but you should not be derogatory about other commissioners. That does not make for a well-functioning leadership body.
Yeah, changing the word is not. Commissioner knows that.
One thing I've said since I've been on this board is just because we disagree, it doesn't make us enemies. I said it then, I mean it now.
We're just playing around with the words now. I think we ought to settle on something, go for it. I actually think derogatory is probably better than offensive, but this board does not have the authority to regulate a commissioner expressing what is going on with the commission and commission business. And if something is wrong that is being done, and I'm not going to get into what I think was wrong in the past because then we'll just get in more fights. You may feel that's derogatory, but that's fine. It's true, and I'm going to continue to say it, whether the norms and procedures say you can't or not. You got to have transparency in government, and this is part of it.
Okay. Commissioner Noah said you had a comment here on this.
We have been hashing this out for quite some time, and it's become an exercise in minutia.
Yep.
What word shall we use here? There's probably 4 words that could be used in that very sentence, but what difference does it make? If you can't be nice to each other, then you don't. No matter what we put in this thing, doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay, well, I need to get some consensus on changing that word. Do you want to remove offensive and change it to another word, or do you want to just leave it the way it is? Commissioner Rice?
I think derogatory is a little bit more specific than offensive, and
Okay.
I would go with that change.
Okay. I mean, we're going to have to go back. We're going to have public comment after this also, so, you know. Commissioner Noah said you're good with? Okay. Okay. And you had a third one.
My third one, it's really the only hilted ion for me, but I want to point out that on page 1, language was added, and this was drafted by me, and it came from Commissioner Noasad's, Tarkanian's concern.
Page 1?
I'm sorry. Page 848 of the board
I was
packet,
just trying to
which is
make sure we were all on the same page here.
which is the first page of the revised
Okay.
document.
848.
Yeah, 848 at the bottom of the page. That's section 1E. And this is language that I drafted based on Commissioner Tarkanian's concern that we be clear that advisory board recommendations are recommendations, and the board should take actions, you know, based on what it thinks is, each board member thinks is best in the best interest of the county.
Okay.
For me, and so I drafted this language to encompass that notion, and I like this language. Commissioners, obviously, commissioners shall make all decisions in the best interests of the residents of Douglas County based upon all credible information, including but not limited to, and then it lists 3 factors, and relevant advisory board actions, facts and recommendations presented by county staff, and opinions and information provided by members of the public. So that, to me, encompasses the notion that the board is not bound by advisory opinions. Commissioner Tarkanian's language is also included on page 848 of the board packet. It says, a commissioner shall take into consideration the advice made by an advisory board, committee, or commission when considering matters before the board. However, each commissioner should decide issues based upon what the commissioner believes is in the best interest of the residents of Douglas County. To me, there's a big distinction there, because when we tell advisory boards, we're going to listen to you, however, we're going to do whatever we want anyway. That's not a message I want to send to our hardworking advisory boards that spend hours and hours and hours coming up with recommendations. And I think the wording makes a difference. I don't want to say, we're going to listen to you, however, we're going to do whatever we want. And to me, that's what the format of that provision states.
Excuse me,
So-
Commissioner Hales, explain to me where it says that.
No, so I believe what happened here is that in this draft, Commissioner Tarkanian's language got in here. Commissioner Hales was offering an alternative method of articulating basically the same idea. However, that did not get into this document. And I think that
It is in there. They're both in there.
Oh, they're both in there. Where is your particular,
It's on page 844 of the board packet.
844?
I guess
842.
My question is, why do we even have an open meeting and a hearing and vote on stuff if we're going to add other things and now want to eliminate other things? For example, we voted on mine. It took a long time to get a 3-2 vote, and that language is in there. And then you put Commissioner Hale's language in there. Was that voted on? Yes, we certainly did. Go listen to the tape. I'll send you the tape. I got a copy of it. It was a 3-2 vote. I made everybody make the vote. I asked everybody to make a vote on it. Commissioner Gardner came over at the last minute. It doesn't matter. It was voted on 3-2. So that my language should be in there. And then all of a sudden you put in competing language by Commissioner Hills without there being a vote on it? I didn't even catch that.
Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. To be clear, the last meeting was direction from the board members on the language that would be incorporated. Just so you know, the process I used to create this, I took notes from the notes that you had provided to the board, notes that I took, notes that the county manager had taken, and comments I'd received from the individual commissioners, and I tried to synthesize that into this document. To the extent that this contains information or language, that is inconsistent with the collective will of the board, I'm happy to make those changes.
That wasn't my question, because I didn't see the language, and my computer went dead on me now, but it sounded pretty similar to mine. I'm not sure what the distinction she has there. I'm just a little flabbergasted. And this happened earlier, a year ago, when we were talking about the VHRs, where I made a motion, it was approved by the board, and the county staff changed that before the next meeting, changed it completely. Now, I discussed this with my mother, who was on the city council. I discussed it with other county commissioners. They said that was illegal, that the county staff did not have the authority to change what the board had approved. Now, in the meeting, this last meeting here, we approved my language. And then all of a sudden, you're going to add in competing language? I don't get that.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where we are here. So Commissioner Tarkanian is objecting to this particular portion being added into this document. Is that basically where we are? And if that's the case,
I don't even have
then
a problem with that, okay? I'm just trying to figure out why it would be. Because, again, I think that there's got to be some semblance of regulations or rules or procedures that you go through here. And this happened in the past. And again, I was new to the board. You guys pulled a fast one on me on it, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. And we're going to get into that more clearly later. And then all of a sudden, we add something else again here. Why? I just don't understand why. If this was something that you wanted to add, bring it to the board today. Let's discuss it. And it sounded good to me, what you said. I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay. Well, anyways, what we would need to do, and I don't have any problem in having both of them in there. I mean, but I'm concerned, where we are, and I do like the wording that Commissioner Hales has proposed in this item E on page 842. Section 1, item E. I think that we do need to take into consideration all of those factors when we are making decisions on this board. And I agree that we don't want to, and I think we discussed this a couple of weeks ago, I certainly don't want to dismiss the deliberations that our various boards take in studying the issues and trying to come to a consensus to bring back to us. I think we need to take that into consideration. However, that doesn't mean that we need to we can object to their conclusions as well on an individual basis. And I think that's what our responsibilities are, is to take weigh all of those factors. Anyways, Commissioner Rice, you had something to add?
Just a question, Commissioner Tarkanian. I'm reading what is presented on page 842. Would you have any, any objection to having both languages remain?
I don't have it in front of me. It sounded fine to me, so I have no objection.
Thank you.
I find it difficult to comprehend that we don't understand. The basic idea is that the commission votes on things based on various inputs, one of them being the staff recommendations. We don't have to take those and mimic those protestations, if you will. And then I'm going to go back to my thing about minutia. We're getting into minutia here. If we have to go 45 paragraphs to explain what's the relationship between the board and the advisory committees, then we're in trouble.
I would agree with you, Commissioner Noasad. It's disappointing that we even have to have a board norms and procedures. I go back to that statement. Everything I needed to learn in life, I learned in kindergarten. Don't hit others, be kind to others, all of those, kindergarten things. So I agree with your minutia process here. So Commissioner Hales, I mean, how much longer are we going to beat this document up? Okay, Commissioner Hales, what was your comments or observations?
I just wanted to speak to my understanding of how this process worked because I hear Commissioner Tarkanian's frustration. My impression was he brought this language. We didn't have a lot of time to finesse it. And we discussed it, but I don't think we took a formal vote. And meanwhile, I came up with this other language that I think has the same effect, but to me is much more palatable. And I suggested that to Mr. Ritchie, and both sets of wording got included, but they're going towards the same idea, but they're different wording, so I don't think it would be good to include both of them. So can I make a motion? No, we need public comment.
We have to go to public comment, and then we can come back. Mr. Ritchie?
Thank you, Chairman, for your indulgence. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office for the record. Not to further complicate this, but I did notice footnote 2 still refers to the constable's office, and I believe it's just a typographical error, but with the board's permission, I'd like to strike that from the final resolution language as well.
I'm sorry, what page is that? 845. Yep. 845.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll restate that.
Footnote 2.
Footnote 2.
Oh. Elected officials is that what you're saying? Elected officials are the county's constitutional officers and other elected officers and include the assessor. Oh, that's bad typo, isn't it? I mean,
Well, it includes the East Fork Tahoe Constable, which no longer exists.
Okay. So that needs to be struck?
Yes.
Okay.
It's just a housekeeping measure, but since we're talking about it, I thought I would bring it out on the record.
Okay.
Thank you for your indulgence on that.
Okay, elected officials are okay, now I'm reading it. Okay. So you need to strike that. Okay, so what's our process here? We've had several changes offered, so we need to go to public comment, and then we'll come back, and are we then able to have a motion to approve or disapprove, whichever the board wishes to do, and that'll be it, and then we move forward, or are we going to need to bring this document back to us again for approval?
Thank you, Doug Ritchie, for the record. It's agendized for the approval of this resolution. However, so you can approve it, disapprove it, or it can be amended. And it's up to the board whether they feel another hearing is required.
Okay. Okay, so we'll then, therefore, at this time, we'll go to a public comment on this item, and then we'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
Thank you for going, Ellie Waller for the record, thank you for going through this process. I've been sitting 18 months on the VHR. They're struggling with the same process issues. So when this goes to planning and yourselves, you will have the same kind of courtesy to them for what they went through, I assume. I agree with derogatory. I agree with housekeeping. I agree, although I want to say there is a little redundancy between the two comments of Commissioner Hales and Commissioner Tarkanian. It's fine that they're both in there. The ultimate bottom line is to look at all input brought to you in those 3 venues or any other way you might have gone and done research at a law library or whatever, or found something. Ultimately, your opinion is shaped by many things, and your final approval is no longer an opinion, it's your vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
James McCallum for the record. I'm on a board in this county. We have many boards, GIDs. We all do, when we're doing our work, we get our information from a variety of sources. Public commentary, people call you. People write you an email. You have the staff report. You may have an advisory board report. I don't know how you're going to put in writing exactly how you're going to evaluate all that. You're doing your job when you look at all those things. And yeah, you want to give way to an advisory board. But I think to try to put in this document, and I refer to Commissioner Noah's comments on minutia, you can't get enough minutia to define how you make a decision. You make a decision based on what you have at hand. Sometimes somebody might come to you the last day before a meeting with something you didn't know about. And you certainly can't say, well, I'm not going to consider that. So I think we all, in making decisions on boards, we take a lot of things into account. And I don't know how exactly you could write it in such a way that would say what you should give how much weight or what you should consider more than another thing. Thank you.
Ms. Pablo, is there any public comment online?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. At this time, we have no public comment online.
Bringing it back to the board.
Can I make a motion?
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
please.
Someone just raised their hand. If you wanna- Bud, do you have public comment on item 10?
I do. Thank you very much.
Please state your name for the record and we'll start your time.
Jason Gibson, Nevada Assembly. See here, in catching up with this business, one of the primary reasons for the collusion between Commissioner Gardner and his business partner, Dan Coverly, to have me arrested on the way to the meeting on March 2nd was because of this boards and norms and procedures process. Proposal 1, from what we understand, when a constituent advises the county commissioner that they are facing a problem which is not being addressed, the county commissioner should work with the county manager and the heads of departments to try and resolve the problem whenever possible. Makes good sense to me, but the board voted against it 4-1. It's also my understanding, Proposal 2, county commissioners should try to do as much community outreach with their constituents as possible, and county staff should support these efforts so long as it does not cost the county any money. That makes perfect sense. That's called decentralization. That's tapping the collective intelligence of your people and the collective will of the community. Instead, you want to consolidate it into the hands of a few, and we can see how that's going for us. Why anybody in their right mind would vote against something like that just goes to show that these folks are representing a minority, white, Caucasian, rich facet of Douglas County, and they're not actually representing we the people. We've already established that. We already know that for a fact. The record already shows that. Why you wouldn't provide incentives for people to participate in assisting with governance is also very clear, because you want to consolidate all of that power into these exuberant salaries and these titles so that only a few people can actually get anything done. They're making all the money and they repress and oppress the rest of us. there should be incentives to encourage people like myself and the other volunteers who come forward so that they can make something for their efforts as they continue to show up and provide information and details and what have you. At least $500 a month for these people, but not in Douglas County. You have a commissioner like Mrs. Hales that's offended by the word derogatory. She's offended with the idea of critical input. If you look at the definition of derogatory, the primary association is disproving, uncomplimentary, slighting.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson. Can I bring it back to the board now?
Yes, there's no additional public comment.
Okay, bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the norms and procedures with no further hearing with the following amendments. On page 844 of the board packet, section 5.4, the second sentence to begin with Commissioner should. Also, change offensive to derogatory on page 846 of the board packet, section B3. Also, remove section F2 on page 848 of the board packet. And finally, remove references to the constable.
Do I hear a second?
It's be done. I'll second.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Hales, seconded by Commissioner Rice to approve this resolution 2023-R-025 with the recommended amendments by Commissioner Hales. Any discussion, further discussion on that? Sensing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there, okay, no, I'm any opposed?
Opposed? Opposed.
Okay, so that motion passes 4-1. Okay, thank you very much. Glad we can get that done and over with and move on. We'll now move into item number 11 for presentation only, announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. We'll start down at the end. Commissioner Hales?
A few things. I attended the Adventure Film Festival from the Carson Valley Arts Council. It was great fun. I met with Judge Young regarding China Spring and got information from him, and will attend their executive board meeting on April 11th. Last night was the Carson Water Subconservancy District meeting, in which we learned that our snowpack moisture is 250% of average. And tomorrow, I will attend my first meeting of the South Shore Transportation Management Association. That's all.
Commissioner Tarkanian, anything? Commissioner Nosat? Commissioner Rice? You always have something.
I always have something. Since our last meeting, I attended a TGVA board meeting, a LTVA board meeting. We had the legislative meeting was on Friday. I was unable to attend that. And I really have nothing to report that hasn't already been discussed in this meeting, discussed. So that's the end of my report.
Thank you. So my report, I would indicate that I do a tremendous amount of community outreach and meeting with constituents, and I would be willing to show any of my fellow commissioners what my schedule involves on a daily basis. It's I often say that when I ran for commissioner, my campaign team lied to me because they said this was a part-time job. And my wife can attest to the fact, and my schedule will attest to the fact that this is much more than a part-time job. But that's how each commissioner has to mentally enter the position and determine how they want to treat that. And I don't want to impose upon other commissioners to try to match my schedule, or, that's up to them. Anyways, I wanted to make the public, and I have a standing, I'll say, I get calls from constituents, and they say, "Oh my God, you picked up your own phone?" And I said, "Well, yes. Well, geez, is your secretary out? No, I don't have a secretary. Oh, can I arrange a meeting at your office?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll be glad to meet you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning at DST Coffee or Oi Coffee or 88 Cups." And they said, "Well, no. I mean, can we meet in your office?" And I said, "That is my office, because we don't have commissioner offices." And I don't think that's a bad idea. I mean, I'm not suggesting we have offices when I say that's not a bad idea. I like being out in the public, and because I like the public to be able to see that we're visiting with constituents and being transparent and open and talking. And if any, and often when I'm talking with a constituent at DST, random people will walk in the door and walk up to me and want to address certain things. So, and I entertain that as long as I don't have meetings that conflict with that. So, anyways, that's all I wanted to share. I have a tremendous amount of meetings that I attend on behalf of this board. So, anyways, I also wanted to make the announcement that we pretty much, as a commission, have determined that the Nevada revised statutes specifies that all county commissioners have the ability to participate in meetings of the board via electronic means. Is that correct, Mr. Ritchie?
Doug Ritchie, for the record, that's correct.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is not going to affect the county commissioners, because they always have, it's specified in NRS that we can do that. We always have that ability. However, we're not required to continue our meetings with the capacity of Zoom. And so starting on April 6th, we will not use the Zoom process. We will reserve the rights to, on a timely basis, from meeting to meeting, determine whether or not the Zoom platform should be open to the public. Okay, the public always has the opportunity to participate, or watch the meetings via YouTube, and also submit public comment via either electronic an email or actually delivering a public comment on paper to our clerk for inclusion in the minutes. But that's going to be the policy going forward, is that, and most of our other boards and advisory boards and commissions have also terminated that process. So we will be going back to just in-person meetings as of April 6th, unless there's a very controversial item and feel that we need to open that platform up for the public. So anyways, I just wanted to make that public announcement at this time. With that said, I have nothing else to say. Did that bring into mind any other commissioners' comments? If not, then we'll go to closing public comment. Closing public comment at this time will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken. Do we have any public comment here in chambers?
This is like signing a mortgage. Jelly Waller, I've all these times on here. Anyway, I want to thank you for the opportunity every time to be able to provide public comment in lots of formats. Right now, I would like staff to consider, whoever, well, I guess it'll be county manager, the intent of the letter from Senator Flores is intent. Until the bill's killed, I would like a public announcement when the bill is killed in some way, shape, or form. What also this brings to mind is there is a bi-state consultation on transportation. The last meeting they had, this is a TRPA joint effort between California and Nevada. And their last meeting was in 2020. Their full working group includes people, at that time it was Jim Lawrence. I suspect it will be James Settlemeyer in that seat representing that Douglas County seat. People from the TRPA, their executive director there. The executive director at the time was Joanne Marquetta. I'm sure it's Julie Reagan now. We also have people like Lou Feldman and who else is in here? I won't go through the whole list. My concern here, Carl Hasty, TTD. My concern here is how SB 213 arose. This bi-state consultation is a very serious group. I sat through the original bi-state that changed the TRPA compact because I participated and was brought in as a stakeholder. I also went to a recent TRPA board meeting on February 22nd, their Environmental Improvement, Transportation, and Public Outreach Committee, which James Settlemeyer also sits. There was lots of information brought forward that the Prosperity Center only gave you a preview of. Reading that Prosperity Center plan is very important since SB 213 transpired in my mind personally. In there, it says at all levels, funding must be secured to meet the 777 funding strategy. These sources could include congressionally designated funds, state-supported grant applications, local jurisdiction funding, and private investment. So we need to be very aware of what's going on with that plan as it goes through the process. If and when James Settlemeyer is assigned to this, I would like to have a presentation by TRPA what this by consultation on transportation is, so all people in the public understand some of the meetings I sit through.
Thank you, Ms. Weller.
James McCallum for the record, and for the record, that is my real name. And I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. When people make public comment, that's going into the minutes of the meeting. They should be using their name, not making up a name. They should not claim to represent people they don't represent. One person, I don't have to tell you who it was, the last meeting claimed to represent the Ranchos. I get paid to represent the Ranchos at the Ranchos meeting. I don't do it here. I'm just a resident like this person that's making comment. And I think it should be an obligation that you give your real name. You don't make up a name. You don't make up an organization. You don't claim to represent people you don't represent. This is going into the minutes of a public meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other members of the public here in chambers, public comment online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. We do have one person with their hand raised. Jason, do you have public comment on closing public comment?
You bet we do. Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson, representing the Rancho Neighborhood Watch Association. How do you like that, buddy? We were here before you, 40 years before you. One of the reasons why this board is consolidating its power and wanting to shut down public input to phase out the Zoom is because they know the country's collapsing. Banking system's collapsing. The country and the infrastructure of this country is being destroyed systematically daily, whether it be transportation, airlines, trains, food supply, utilities. The whole thing is contracting. You're not going to hear these people talk about it because they're getting rich watching it go down. They're just consolidating power, wanting to limit the public input. If you're going to allow this kind of governance and this kind of tyranny, then you deserve what you get. But if you're one of those who are awake with the Nevada Assembly, who are actually in sync with the constitutional mandates and requirements and responsibilities of those adults who are true Americans, then you'll call us at 775-309-1262 so that we not only litigate this body politic, but we go after each and every individual on this board who is violating our state and federal constitutional rights, who are compromising their oath and their bond, and are practicing maladministrative, white-collared forms of crime. That's what they're doing here. They're getting rich. It's the same song remains the same. The story remains the same. You got a rich white minority who think they know the best for the majority. And these guys are so far out in left field, they can't even tell you what true time is or what the natural order is or what 28 days is of the 13 moon feminine gender. That's how far out these people are. They're insane. 775-309-1262. I was muted there for some reason.
Yes,
we'll have
you
the
were,
first
Mr.
phase of
Gibson.
court
You're not allowed to
tomorrow, and we'll be.
advertise on our platform. Thank you.
I'm not advertising. I'm advocating for freedom. It's not
Thank
your
you.
platform, buddy.
Okay. It's our meeting, Mr. Gibson.
It's not your meeting. It's our meeting. It's a people's meeting.
Thank you. We will go to, is there any further public comment, Ms. Pablo?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Pablo, Senior Deputy Clerk for the record. At this time, there's no additional public comment online.
Thank you. So with no further public comment, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Sorry.
Recording stopped.
I thought it was going to go quicker than this. Pardon me.